Just a beautiful Sunday at Miller Park. The roof is open, and we're set for the final game of the series. The Brewers and the Pittsburgh Pirates. And the Brewers a chance to win a series. They got the tailgating going in force today. Expecting a near sellout crowd at Miller Park. Yesterday the Brewers lost, but there was a bright spot in Carlos Gomez. He had 2 of the 5 hits for the Brewers. He had 2 home runs in the game yesterday. This one, a no doubt at the right center. He's back in the lineup, and the Brewers are going to need that offense against Wandy Rodriguez this afternoon. And hi, everybody. We welcome you from Miller Park alongside Bill Schroeder. I'm Brian Anderson. What a pitching matchup today. And Yovani Gallardo and Wandy Rodriguez. The Brewers have a chance to win a series. It would be the first in a month, and it's unusual that you have 2 pitchers, Rock, facing each other for the 3rd time this year. We're not even in June yet.
Yeah, it is unusual. And, you know, since 2007, Yovani's first season, I mean, these guys have only locked up 5 times, but 3rd time already this year. Yovani has dominated the Pittsburgh Pirates, particularly here at Miller Park. He's 6-0 in 9 starts, and the Brewers have never lost when Yovani has faced the Pirates here at home. Wandy Rodriguez, a hot pitcher right now. He's won 3 in a row. He's not giving up much, and these 2 old foes, they go at it. And it'll be interesting to see how it works out here today.
Well, Gallardo beat Rodriguez at Miller Park on the 29th, and then last time out in Pittsburgh. This is a part of a run for Wandy Rodriguez where he's won 3 in a row, and the Pirates got the best of Gallardo and the Brewers on May 15th. So round 3 today. Wandy Rodriguez, the former Astro, longtime Central Division pitcher, against Yovani Gallardo. And the Brewers hoping to win a series for the first time in a month. Brewers have had a lot of success against the Pirates here. Craig and Augie will break down that story when we continue.
Home and win series. They've done very good against a lot of teams. One of those teams is the Pittsburgh Pirates. Divisional team, divisional series, you got to win them. That's what the Brewers have been doing.
And big individual performances. You saw Yo unbeaten here. He's on the mound today. And Ryan Braun, some tremendous numbers for Milwaukee's annual All-Star. The series finale is on the way. It's been a while since the Brewers won a series. It was against Pittsburgh at the end of April. Time to make a new. All your home improvement needs at Menards. By Miller Lite, it's not just a good time, it's Miller time. And by Toyota, let's go places. Ryan Braun bobblehead giveaway today. He's hoping for a big game, and so are we. Craig Deshawn alongside Jerry Augustine as we get closer to first pitch Brewers a very good opportunity here to win this series against the Pirates, mainly because of the home dominance they've had against Pittsburgh, dating back to some time now where we're talking about winning 15 of the last 17 series all the way back to 2007. They won 47 contests here. Everything going Milwaukee's way. They hope to take advantage of the karma.
Well, the one thing you want to do to be as successful as a baseball team, you want to win at home, and that's exactly what the Brewers have done. Gone out at home and win series. They've done very good against a lot of teams. One of those teams is the Pittsburgh Pirates. Divisional team, divisional series, you got to win them. That's what the Brewers have been doing.
And big individual performances. You saw Yo unbeaten here. He's on the mound today, and Ryan Braun, some tremendous numbers for Milwaukee's annual All-Star. The series finale is on the way. It's been a while since the Brewers won a series. It was against Pittsburgh at the end of April. Time to make a new.
Leading the Brewers out onto the field, breaking out the gold tops today in the final game of the series against Clint Hurdle's Pittsburgh Pirates. Brian Anderson and Bill Schroeder, Sophia Minard, our reporter. 60 degrees here on a late May day on a Sunday. And the Brewers and the Pirates already matching up for the third time this season. They'll have another series in Pittsburgh at the end of June. A lot of activity against these two division opponents in the early part of the schedule. Piggly Wiggly batting order, Starling Marte, Neil Walker, and Andrew McCutchen. Middle of the order for Clint Hurdle is Garrett Jones, Gabby Sanchez, and Pedro Alvarez, who had 2 homers yesterday. Michael McHenry does the catching, Jordy Mercer at short, and Wandy Rodriguez will round it out. And that's the batting order that will face Giovanni Gallardo, who has now lost 3 straight games. Rock, how about his last start against the Dodgers back on the 20th?
Yeah, actually his last 2 starts have been pretty good, but his last time out against the Dodgers, he gave up solo home runs in the 4th and the 6th. Brewers didn't support him very well with runs. A 3-1 loss for Giovanni, who is winless here in the month of May. The Menards defense behind Gallardo here on this Sunday afternoon. Braun, Gomez, and Aoki in the outfield. Ramirez, Gonzalez, Weeks, and Betancourt. Lucroy behind home plate. And Giovanni Gallardo out on the mound actually is Gene Segura at shortstop.
So Gallardo in his career against Pittsburgh, this will be his 17th start, and as Rock mentioned, he has had a lot of success against the Pirates. 10 wins out of those 16 previous starts and an ERA at 2.5. And it is interesting that he is matching up against Wandy Rodriguez for the 6th time in his career, but the 3rd time this season. So the Brewers break out the gold tops. The Pirates go black today, and we're all set for baseball at Miller Park. Gallardo facing Starling Marte, and the first pitch of the ball game is in there for a strike, and away we go. We got a great crowd, live wire crowd here today on a Ryan Braun bobblehead day. A lot of tailgating before the game. The parking lots were jam-packed long before the game started today, a couple of hours even, and it was a great scene out there. Always fun to see the fans come out early and enjoy the tailgating, unique to Miller Park and Major League Baseball.
Yep, 3 consecutive day games here at Miller Park. Memorial Day start tomorrow, and always good to be home on the holidays.
Well, we got a start time at 1:10. We'll be on the air at 12:30 tomorrow as the Twins come to town, as Gallardo puts a fastball by Marte. 2 balls, 2 strikes to the very talented Pittsburgh leadoff hitter.
And Gallardo has been very good in 2 starts against Pittsburgh. That high fastball getting by Marte.
And the 2-2 is fouled back. Now the Pirates have done a lot of hitting in this series, and they have done a lot of home run hitting in this ballpark over the last couple of seasons. No team in the National League has more home runs over the last 2 years in this venue than the Pirates as far as opposing teams go. And the Pirates hit 4 yesterday, giving them 12 home runs in the first 5 games of this season at Miller Park this season. So you could tell their hitters are glad to get away from the pitcher-friendly ballpark in Pittsburgh, as Gallardo starts it with a bang, a strikeout on Starling Marte.
Yep, 90 miles an hour up and away, and Marte swings right through it. Giovanni's only given up 3 earned runs to the Pirates in his first 2 starts against them this year. Thrown the baseball well. He's 1-1 against Pittsburgh. And as we mentioned on our open today, 6th start between he and Rodriguez.
Well, as good as the numbers are for the Brewers against the Pirates, and they are significant, Milwaukee is 47-9 against Pittsburgh going back to the 07 season. That's still an amazingly lopsided number, but the Pirates have turned things around a little bit this year. They are a much improved ball club, and they come into play today with a record of 30-19. They're 11 games over. They took 3 out of 4 from the Brewers in Pittsburgh. Brewers took 2 out of 3 from them here at Miller Park, and then they've split this series. Walker pops it up. Ramirez cannot quite get there, and a foul ball.
That's that mobility for Aramis Ramirez, not at 100% with that knee, and just not able to get there. You had Segura shaded up the middle. No way he could get to that foul pop. That's a tough play for a third baseman with his back to the play and not able to get there.
What's it mean to you that Ramirez is in the starting lineup for a 3rd consecutive game at this point?
It means that Ron Renicky needs some runs. The Brewers have not been able to score a whole lot against this very good Pittsburgh pitching staff. Need all the bats he can get.
No balls, 2 strikes on Neil Walker. Had 1 of the 4 homers yesterday. Brewers won the opener by a 2-1 final score. Yesterday it was a Pittsburgh win, 5-2. Brewers had just 5 hits against the Pirate pitching staff. Jeff Locke was tremendous once again, the left-handed starter. And they got great work out of their bullpen. They got the last 9 outs, giving up just the 2 runs. Gomez with the 2 solo home runs in yesterday's game.
We had Locke, the left-hander in yesterday's game, established inside with the fastball. There you see him, and expect Wandy Rodriguez to do much of the same. He'll pitch inside as well.
2 balls, 2 strikes on Walker, and it's down and in, full count to Neil Walker. Elevated in the batting order today, hitting 2nd. Walker's been hitting 5th, 6th typically. And he's a good bat. Walker's numbers are down right now, but he missed significant time with a hand injury. Has just 2 homers and 13 runs batted in. hit pretty well to center field, but Gomez is there for out number 2. So Gallardo 2 up 2 down and ready to face Andrew McCutchen.
And this is the way you want to face McCutchen. 2 outs and nobody on. One of the more feared hitters in the National League. Well, he turned around a Mike Fiers fastball in the first inning yesterday. A bullet down the line for a home run.
Yeah, McCutchen was 2 for 4 yesterday. He has really swung the bat well lately. His batting average coming in is at .294. Remember, the first time the Brewers faced McCutchen here in Milwaukee in late April, he was hitting in the low 200s. He's had multi-hit games in 6 of his last 8. His home run yesterday was his 7th. And when he hit that home run, which was in the first inning, he had 3 consecutive at-bats against Mike Fiers that resulted in home runs. See the Brewers put the shift on in the infield against him. And of course, he breaks his bat and delivers a hit to right.
And not much you can do about that. I mean, McCutchen's scouting report on the ground. He's going to hit it to the left side, but the cut fastball from Gallardo and right off the end of the bat rolls it weakly into right field. There's that cutter. You see the spin on it right off the end, and an excuse me swing by McCutchen ends up as a base hit.
So McCutchen beats the shift. That'll balance out his spray chart a little bit. And he's at first, a base stealer with Garrett Jones coming up. Gallardo starts him with a breaking ball.
Well, his last 2 starts, Gallardo's curveball has been much better. You know, he and Rick Kranitz tweaked his mechanics a few starts ago and lengthened his stride a little bit, which has made his curveball a little bit more consistent in the strike zone.
Well, 2 balls, no strikes on Garrett Jones. There's the spray chart for Andrew McCutchen. You see, that's why the Brewers have the shift on in the infield. Right. He very rarely goes to right field, at least on the ground.
And you don't set your defense based on having him hit the ball like he just did. Where does he hit it when he hits it hard?
Well, McCutchen's been bothered by a right knee injury. Had to miss a start last week. He's been back in the lineup every day since. He missed a start last Monday. And he was running a little bit yesterday. Got a shift on for Jones as well, as Gallardo goes to a fastball up and away, and Jones might have chased ball 3.
That seems to be the spot for Garrett Jones. He's got a bit of a hole up there, up and away. You don't want to mess around down and in with him, but up here, the Brewers have seemed to have some success.
This is a Pirate ball club that will swing the bat. They're an aggressive hitting team. Part of the reason I think Marco Estrada had so much success against them and has had so much success against the Pirates throughout his career. He has that great changeup. He's a strike thrower. And he was fantastic on Friday here against Pittsburgh. Pitching 7 strong innings, just 1 earned run, and a 2-1 Milwaukee win.
And Marco's never lost to the Pirates. Yvonny Gallardo, 10-3 career in 16 starts, has never lost here at Miller Park. The Brewers have won all 9 of his starts against the Pirates at home.
Full count, 2 outs. McCutchen will take off with the pitch. There he goes, and a swing and a miss. Jones strikes out, and 2 Ks in the first in a scoreless first inning for Gallardo. Ryan Braun on his bobblehead day. He's coming up. The Brewers to bat against Wandy Rodriguez as we head to the bottom of the first. For Gallardo with a couple of strikeouts. And now the Brewers will send up this Piggly Wiggly batting order against Wandy Rodriguez, Aoki, Segura, and Braun. You've got Ramirez, Lucroy, and Gomez, and then Weeks, Betancourt, and Gallardo rounding it out.
Now, Wandy Rodriguez making his 26th career start against Milwaukee. He's got a record of 9-10. And right now he's been throwing the baseball well. He's won 3 consecutive starts. He's allowed only 5 earned runs in 19 innings.
Now Rodriguez winning 3 in a row. Gallardo losing 3 in a row. So the Brewers are hoping to change that trend here today as Aoki goes to right. Back is Jones, and he's got it for the out. A near miss for Aoki.
Yep, the Menards Pirates defense for today. Jordy Mercer gets a start at shortstop. It's been Clint Barmas at short first 2 games, and Michael McHenry behind home plate. Michael McHenry has only thrown out 1 of 19 stolen base attempts this year as Russell Martin sits this one out.
Well, the Brewers had a 6 stolen base game against McHenry and the Pirates in Pittsburgh last week. And you figure if they get some men on base, they are going to be trying to run as much as they can. Although Wandy Rodriguez has a very good move, and that's probably one of the reasons Hurdle combines those 2 today, McHenry and Rodriguez.
Yeah, you got to give Martin a day off from time to time, so you can put a left-hander out with a good move to try and hold down that running game a little bit.
All right, Rock. Wandy Rodriguez's last outing, he pitched at home against the Chicago Cubs and went 6 innings, gave up 3 runs, and earned his 3rd consecutive win.
Yep, 5 strikeouts, no walks for Wandy Rodriguez. And the amazing thing about his numbers this year, he's walked 9 so far this year. And 4 of those came in 1 start against the Brewers. So other than that first start, he has been throwing a lot of strikes.
Well, Segura fouled that pitch off the ground, and it came back up and hit him in the face. Damn, right in the cheekbone.
Yeah. With some spin on it, digging into that face. Yeah.
Well, Segura has just 1 hit in this series. Leads the league in infield hits. He is 2nd in the National League in batting average coming in, trailing only Joey Votto of the Cincinnati Reds. Just 1 for 8 in this series so far against the Pirates. And that's inside, and somehow missed him.
Hit himself in the cheek and almost got hit in the feet.
Not sure how he avoided contact there. Check this out.
This ball goes behind him, actually.
Wow.
Right? Quick feet. Of course, we knew that already about Segura.
Yeah. So 2-2 on Segura. And that one's hit high and deep to left field. Marte with room. A couple of long fly ball outs against Wandy Rodriguez. So 2 gone for Ryan Braun. Well, you always want to have success, especially when it's your bobblehead day at Miller Park, recognizing the 40-30 season of a year ago. And Braun fouls the first offering away. Braun has great career numbers against Wandy Rodriguez. Braun has been one of Wandy's nemesis hitters throughout his career, has 4 career homers against him, and a .386 batting average lifetime against Wandy Rodriguez. And Ryan enters play today as the best hitter against left-handed pitching in the National League. A .388 batting average.
And Brewers have a number of hitters in their lineup that have done pretty well against lefties, although their record against left-handed starters not all that great.
Yeah, the Brewers are just 4-16 this year against left-handed starters. Took a loss yesterday with Jeff Locke on the mound. So good numbers as a team. There's been some extremely high individual performances against lefties. Braun and Aoki, Gomez and Segura. As Braun rifles that one to right field. Jones playing very deep. Makes the play, and 3 long fly ball outs to get Wandy Rodriguez's day underway.
News today that Jim Henderson was placed on the 15-day disabled list with a strained right hamstring. So the corresponding move was recalling right-handed pitcher Donovan Hand from AAA Nashville. Now he's spent 4 seasons in AAA there. He's gone 2-1 this season with an ERA just over 3. He will be primarily used as a multi-inning guy in middle innings. That's what he's been doing in Nashville, and he is thrilled to be here because he was the last man left off the roster after spring training. Alfredo Figueroa staying that last spot. He's making his major league debut, and he is thrilled to be here, Brian. Yeah, it's a great story for Donovan Hand, and Sophia's right. That came right down to literally the last hour of decision making for Ron Renicky and Doug Melvin and the staff between Donovan Hand and Alfredo Figueroa, and it looks like it's going to be Figueroa to get the start on Tuesday, and Hand will be able to provide multiple innings if need be, which is something you lose when Figueroa makes a start. Gabby Sanchez pops this one up. Betancourt will make the catch. So 7 years in the minor leagues, Rock, for Donovan Hand, and he is finally going to get his chance in the big leagues. Yeah, good story. We saw him a lot in spring training. He's got a good sinker, a sinker slider guy, and 16 relief appearances down in the minor leagues, 2-1, a .318 earned run average. A big kid, 6'3", 210 pounds, out of, what is that, Alabama? Tecumseh, Alabama. You kind of painted yourself in a corner there. I did. I shouldn't even have gone there, but I did. You haven't spent any time in Tecumseh? Maybe. In my days at Clemson, doing that tour down in the SEC, and probably spent some time, maybe hit an establishment down there. You just didn't even realize it. You're kind of in and out of there in a flash. Here's Pedro Alvarez now. And no doubt he arrives at the ballpark today with a ton of confidence after what he did yesterday. Alvarez with 2 home runs, and both were no doubters. Alvarez had a 2-run home run his first time up, and then he had a solo home run later in the ball game. He had 3 RBIs. He was 2 for 3. He also walked in yesterday's game, and I thought he played a very good defensive third base, which is not something you can say every day about Alvarez. That has been the one challenge for the Pirates with Alvarez. He struggles defensively. He made 6 errors early in the season, but has settled down somewhat at that position. Yeah, 27 errors last year for the Pirates at third base. That's a ton of errors.
Gallardo deals a strike. Count goes to 3-2 on Alvarez.
And you can deal with that kind of defense or lack thereof if you get big home run totals and RBIs, which he provided last year. Gallardo with the fastball, a little bit low in the strike zone.
Well, Alvarez has started to look like kind of an Adam Dunn type player. The Pirates are hoping that's not the case. They're hoping he can do more defensively than Adam Dunn. But he's hitting a ton of home runs when he plays. Hits that one hard over to first. Betancourt gobbles it up, takes it himself. Good job, Gallardo, coming back. He was down in the count, and he gets a hot hitter out for out number 2 of the second inning.
Yeah, keeping the fastball down in the strike zone. That's what you need to do. And hey, come out to Miller Park as the Brewers host the Minnesota Twins tomorrow and Tuesday. Tomorrow is a day game, a 1:10 start, Memorial Day and Military Day here at the ballpark. For tickets, call 414-902-4000 or visit brewers.com.
The Twins are in Detroit today. They'll be coming over to play that 2-game series, and the players are going to be wearing the camo hats and uniforms tomorrow. We got a sneak preview of a couple of those caps, and I really like them, so they're going to be worn tomorrow. 1 day only tomorrow, these camo hats, and then these hats are going to be for sale immediately after, both in the team store, the kiosk actually, and then online at brewers.com. And a portion of those proceeds go to the Brewers Community Foundation, which is supportive of a number of military charities.
Yep, the Desert ACUs they call them, and a little memento.
I like them. Hats and jerseys.
Right.
And it's an unusual start time tomorrow because of Memorial Day. We're on the air at 12:30. 1:10 is first pitch. Brewers are going to have Willie Peralta on the mound for the Crew tomorrow. Minnesota will counter with Kevin Correa, former Pirate. Peralta looking for a bounce back start. Had a rough one his last time out against Los Angeles on Wednesday. 2-2 to McHenry. Well, McHenry, what he lacks defensively, he does hit, and he's got some power. He's not a big guy. He's only 5'10", 200 pounds, but he can hit the ball a long way when he catches one, and you gotta certainly pay attention when he's at the plate. He has 3 home runs this year and just 56 at bats.
And he can go to the opposite field. He hit an opposite field home run against Milwaukee in the right center. Might not be very tall, but he's put together pretty well.
He and Clint Hurdle go way back to the Colorado Rockies days. Reunited in Pittsburgh, and Hurdle has him as his backup catcher. Martin does most of the catching. Two up, 2 down for Gallardo. And a payoff pitch to McHenry. Oh, it didn't miss by much. Gallardo wanted the call. He didn't get it. And a 2-out walk. So a base runner for Jordy Mercer. It's the first walk issued by Gallardo to go along with a couple of Ks.
Tough pitch to take, particularly when you're not playing every day. And well, I tell you, that's what, an inch, half an inch, and McHenry able to draw the walk. Good pitch by Gallardo.
You see it on Fox Tracks just off the plate. So here's Mercer getting a start. Saw him in as a pinch runner on Friday. Clint Barmas is the everyday shortstop. Jordy Mercer has been getting occasional duty there. Mercer hitting .261. He's 12 for 46 at the plate this season. And when he's gotten his chance, he has shown some pop. Mercer has 3 home runs this season, playing in just his 16th game.
And Mercer got sent down for a couple of days, and then John McDonald got hurt when the Brewers were in Pittsburgh, and then he turned right around, did Jordy Mercer, and came back to the big leagues. And as you mentioned, the Pirates were pleased with the way he was playing. It was a roster situation for him.
And there's a base hit, and Gomez cannot cut it off, and this is going to lead to a run. So Mercer is in with a triple, a 2-out RBI triple. Well, really surprised that ball wasn't cut off. And the Pirates are on the board. A little 2-out magic for Pittsburgh as Mercer drives in his 5th.
Baseball didn't really appear to be hit all that hard. It was a hanging curveball. Looked like it was a little bit off the end of the bat, but that ball just scooted all the way to the wall. And when Carlos Gomez can't get there and cut it off, and had he done that, run would not have scored. And then Gomez had some problems with it picking it up.
So a triple and an RBI, and Pittsburgh has the early lead today. Now, normally outfield defense is not a problem with the Brewers. They have a very fast outfield in Braun, Gomez, and Aoki, and when Logan Schaefer plays, he's just as fast as the others. So you just don't see many balls get through gaps like that. That certainly would have saved a run if Gomez could have cut it off.
You know, he started on the right field side of the bag at second base, so he was expecting the baseball to be hit to the opposite field. He had a long way to go, but you're right. I mean, that's ordinarily a play that Gomez is going to be able to make.
And that's just been how things have gone for the Brewers in the month of May. They're just not making the plays, they need to, not making the pitches at the right time. Gallardo sitting there with 2 quick outs, and then he walks McHenry, the 7th place hitter, and then gives up a triple to the 8th place hitter, Jordy Mercer, on a hanging breaking ball. And it doesn't matter where you're hitting in the lineup. You have to make your pitches when it counts. All of these guys can hit. Back to the Mercer triple.
And you see where Gomez starting to the right field side of the bag. There was a little hesitation on contact. Not sure why, but maybe he thought the line drive was going to be caught. Don't know, but that's all it took for the Pirates to be able to pick up a run.
There's a strikeout. 3rd for Gallardo, but the Pirates strike first. RBI triple from Mercer, and it's 1-0 Buccos.
1-0 as we head to the bottom of the second inning, and it is not too early to vote for your favorite Brewers. On our Felco All-Star voting update, fans encouraged to head to Brewers.com, vote for your favorite Brewers. And how about Carlos Gomez, providing a spark for the Brewers yesterday with 2 home runs. Ron Renneke praising him earlier this morning, saying he has been aggressive with his swings for a long period of time. His first home run, he said, even though he mis-centered it, he's using that raw power to hit the balls out, and said he has just been learning how to hone those skills, which everyone has seen from him. Brian?
It's been amazing. Thanks, Sophia, to watch his patience. And, you know, that's not something that you can usually make such a quick adjustment with, but his patience has been a big part of his success this year. He's certainly playing like an all-star right now. And Gomez due up third in this inning. Ramirez, Lucroy, and then Carlos coming up against Rodriguez.
And very often for Gomez, you talk about being aggressive, and sometimes with 2 strikes, you'll see Gomez shorten up and take those pitches to right field, something that he did not do much of last year, at least in the first half. A maturity process for Gomez, and perhaps he has found it.
Now 3-0 on Aramis Ramirez. Speaking of patience, Ramirez has been able to draw some walks in the last few games. Had one yesterday.
Another guy with big numbers against Wandy Rodriguez. A .370 hitter with a couple of home runs.
And that ball's hit well. It's got some hook on it. McCutchen cannot get there. It bounces off the wall. And the doubles machine, Aramis Ramirez, doubles to start the second inning.
Now that baseball smoked. It had a little bit of a hook on it. McCutchen just couldn't catch up to it. A 3-1 fastball away, and Ramirez able to go out and get it, hook it, and hook it out there into center field for a leadoff double.
That ball just kept hooking away from McCutchen. I think he thought when he left the bat he had a beat on it. So that's double number 6 for Aramis Ramirez. 6 of his 22 hits have been for doubles. Aramis led the league in that category last year. And that puts the tying run at second for Jonathan Lucroy.
Got the exaggerated shift for Jonathan Lucroy. We haven't seen much of that this year. First baseman Gabby Sanchez swung around way around in the hole between first and second. This is a new one here.
Squeezing the middle against Jonathan Lucroy.
A lot of room directly at short. A lot of room down the line in first base. But they play him straight away in the outfield.
And if you see a ground ball to an infielder, Gabby Sanchez is in full panic mode at that point. He will be racing to first base as fast as he can go.
Yeah, ordinarily, when you're that far off the line, you're pretty much even with the bag, because if you're over and deep, it's a long run to first.
Oh, look how far he is. But he's gauging the speed of Lucroy, and he's just far enough to know how soon he can get to the bag and still be there for a throw. It's an interesting shift, and having watched Lucroy pretty much every day since he came to the big leagues, I think it's the proper kind of shift, because most of his ground balls are up the middle, and I'm sure Alvarez would be closer to second base if there wasn't a runner at second right now. That's a lot of space over there between Sanchez and the bag.
Yeah, that is, and that's what's sort of unusual about it, how far Sanchez is off the line.
And Lucroy lines one in and out of the glove of Mercer, and he will make the play for the out.
So positioned perfectly at short. So the defense taking a base hit away from Lucroy. Couple of steps to his throwing side and able to make the throw to first to get the out.
Looks like Lucroy stopped for a moment.
Thought it was caught.
Yeah, he thought it was in the glove and then popped out. And
I mean, that's only natural. Right. You see it in the glove, you kind of hold up.
So Ramirez still at second. And here's Carlos Gomez. 2 home runs yesterday, both solo shots. And now 8 home runs for the season for Gomez. Check the Powerball home run leaderboard for the Brewers. Gomez pushing his way near the top of that list. He is now tied with Uni Betancourt, second on the club behind Ryan Braun. Braun has 9, Gomez with 8 so far this season.
Pretty similar pitches and different directions on both of them.
Wandy Rodriguez had him out in front. Ball and a strike. Gomez has appeared in 47 games this season. 45 of those are starts in center field. This is the Brewers' 50th game of the year. Got the very similar shift on the right side with Gomez at the plate. Gomez ranks among National League leaders in extra base hits, where he's 3rd, has 24 extra base hits. He's 4th in triples, has 3 of those. He's in the top 5 in total bases. Batting average, he comes into play today 5th in the league in hitting, batting .331. Top 5 in slugging percentage, and he's 7th in OPS. His name is all over the stat sheet among the major offensive statistics in the National League, and it's been that way from about week 2.
Along with Braun and Segura, right?
Yep.
I mean, the top of the Brewers order, and Gomez is down a little bit today, but these guys have been pretty consistent. Just got to get a little bit more out of the bottom of the order.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Down and in. Gomez lays off.
And that's the patience you're talking about right there, shortening up and not chasing pitches out of the strike zone. And it's one of the things that he has done, made a big improvement on over the years. Started last year. Rodriguez tried to get him to chase a curveball, but he did not.
Well, we'll see if Rodriguez tries to get him to chase again. He does have a base open at first. The 3-2 pitch, and he goes back to the breaking ball, and Gomez able to foul it off. Pirates scoring in the top of this inning. 2-out RBI triple by Jordy Mercer, driving in McHenry, who had walked with 2 outs. And now the Brewers hoping to answer quickly. And now McHenry on his way out. He and Rodriguez misconnecting on a couple of signals here already to start this game.
Maybe not sure. Going out there, have a chat. McHenry not afraid to call timeout and go out and have a word with his pitcher. We've seen that from him on a number of occasions over the course of the last couple of years. Nothing wrong with it.
Ramirez a big lead at second. Gomez ground ball right to Neil Walker, well positioned again, and Gomez is out. Ramirez does advance to third, but now 2 men are out, and it'll be Ricky Weeks.
Yeah, it's always the big question, what's the matter with offense, and why is pitching so dominant, and why is offense down? There's one of the reasons right there that you just saw. I mean, the defensive alignments that teams incorporate based on scouting reports. I mean, that's a base hit. Lucroy's would probably have been a base hit, but the way these guys defend and the way they set up, it steals a lot of base hits, a lot of runs. I firmly believe that that's one of the big reasons that offense is down.
I would agree with you. Advanced scouting, and it's not just that they're showing base hits to a certain area or ground balls to a certain area. It's how hard the ball is hit. They have metrics on the kind of velocity off the bat, so they know if it's a hard hit ball, and they're doing a lot of scouting and how they mark certain batted balls. As Weeks pops it foul. And that's the way the game is going. That's where it's going. But I still think there's that element of having a scout in the ballpark, seeing all the other nuances. It's more than just, you know, the statistics that are logged on video or what have you.
You know, the scouts are irreplaceable, particularly what is a guy doing right now. I mean, the last week or so, that stuff on the spray charts doesn't really show that. But for instance, I mean, the Brewers would have 3 consecutive hits if these guys were batting 10 years ago.
Yeah, you're right. Now, it's not so much old school against new school. It's just it's combining the two, and it really shouldn't be an either or. It should just be a connection between the two. Two balls, 2 strikes on Weeks, trying to deliver a big 2-out hit early for the Brewers. Ricky started yesterday, had a hit. He was 1 for 4. Got a runner at third with 2 away. And down he goes on strikes. McHenry's going to have to secure it at first. He does so, and that will retire the side. Brewers get a leadoff double, and they cannot score.
With a double, but the Brewers cannot drive him in, and they trail this game 1-0. The bullpen has been fantastic, finishing games for the Brewers in the month of May. So we're asking fans on our AT&T Twitter poll which Brewers reliever has been most valuable this month. John Axford has allowed just 1 run in his last 8 outings. Berg Badenhop has gone scoreless the entire month. Alfredo Figueroa has provided several multi-inning appearances. Lefty Michael Gonzalez has been great, and so has Brandon Kinsler, unscored upon in 8 of his last 9. So fans can tweet us at FS Wisconsin. We'll get updates throughout the game, Brian.
All right, Sophia, thanks. And by the way, Sophia, I'm looking forward to your next defense hit. As we saw yesterday, have you been keeping an eye on those middle infielders today?
Yes, and you know, I haven't found out who was the guilty culprit from yesterday, so I'm still going to do some investigative reporting and find out who that infield throw came in from. But you know, just keep calm and carry on. That's all you can do.
That was great. You're an internet sensation, Sophia. The professionalism of Sophia Minnaert. As Marte sends one deep to left, that's over the head of Braun and off the wall, and Marte racing into second with a double. So a leadoff double for Starling Marte here in the 3rd inning. Yeah, that was the scene yesterday as Sophia was doing a report, and as the infielders were warming up between innings, I think Gene Segura let one A bad throw off, just as Sophia was doing a report on how good the Brewers defense has been, and
yeah,
I'm glad that it only hit the microphone there, because that could have been a messy scene. And kudos to Sophia for carrying on.
Well, I'm proud of the fact that she didn't wasn't startled. It didn't say anything inappropriate. I mean, that's something that I would have probably done.
That's right. Yes. No 7-second delay around here.
Right. I mean, startled like that, you never know what can come out of your mouth. Good job, Sophia.
We are always a little edgy every day on the air with Bill Schroeder for that very reason.
No, come on. 19 years and it hasn't happened yet. Knock on wood. There was one time in Old Tiger Stadium where, you know, Curtis Pride was up, and you remember the press box in Old Tiger Stadium.
Yeah.
It was literally, it had to be what, 30 feet from home plate.
The catbird seat right on top of it.
It was low, very close. Curtis Pride,
as Walker is hit by a pitch.
sitting down there. Curtis Pride hit a foul ball, hit me right in the shoulder, and if I didn't say anything inappropriate at that point, I'm never going to. Because you know your instincts take over there, you know.
Sure. Your habits. Did a good job, right? Curtis Pride, he was an interesting story. He was hearing impaired, and he was a fun guy to be around, because you get in a rain delay or, you know, some scenario where he could get a hold of a camera or a zoom lens. As McCutchen bounces one to Ramirez, they go to second for one, and McCutchen beats it out. Nice play by Ramirez to get an out at second base. McCutchen too fast to turn it.
And Brewers came very close to turning the double play, and McCutchen, when he's at bat, he has to hit a one-hop bullet at somebody to be able to turn it. Look at Segura. He's playing over toward the hole. He thought he was going to have to grab that one, but Ramirez is showing a little bit better range these days.
So first and third now with one out, and Garrett Jones coming up. Anyway, Curtis Pride used to read lips, so he could be involved in a lot of conversations around the ballpark.
Right.
Had a nice career in the big leagues. Great story, the fact that he even made it to the big leagues.
Yeah.
And he's a part of the Bill Schroeder history of broadcasting.
And an outfielder where you would think that being able to hear, you know, guys calling each other off.
Yeah.
I mean, that's an important thing. I mean, so yeah, he did a nice job with that.
Well, Gallardo in trouble here in the third. Got runners at the corners. Garrett Jones, the cleanup hitter at the plate. Gallardo struck him out in the first inning and could use one here. Pirates lead 1-0 and an RBI triple from Mercer last inning, the shortstop. There goes McCutchen, and in the air, left field. Marte very fast. He'll tag. Braun has a good arm, and the throw never going to make it. Marte scores. Garrett Jones with a sac fly and an RBI.
And the Pirates able to advance Marte, who had a leadoff double, able to score on a fly ball. Brewers not able to do that. Leadoff double for Ramirez, and Brewers not able to advance him in time to be able to score on an out. With little things that, you know, teams do to win games. You've got to be able to get productive outs, advance base runners. And Pirates picking up a run doing that.
And the difference between a team that is winning and a team that is not. And the Pirates have been very good in that regard all season. Clint Hurdle was talking about his team offensively, and you know, they're not putting up huge numbers offensively, although they are hitting a lot of homers. They have done well. They have executed advancing runners, driving in runs with sac flies, and taking advantage of their opportunities. They play in a very pitcher-friendly ballpark in Pittsburgh.
Right.
So runs are tough to come by anyway in that park.
Yeah, down near the bottom in batting average and runs scored, but their pitching staff has been carrying them so far. They got the second best earned run average in the National League, the Pirates pitching staff.
They're getting deep starts as well. Their last 6 starts, the starting pitcher has worked at least 6 innings without allowing a run, in 3 of the last 6 without allowing a run, but they're going deep into ball games.
Yes, in these days 6 innings is deep in the games.
Yeah, it is, unfortunately.
6-7 innings, and that's a big day.
Pirates have the best earned run average as a staff in the month of May. Best earned run average in the big leagues in the month of May. 2.28 ERA. Pittsburgh is 15-7 in the month of May. A 2-0 lead today as Gallardo with 2 outs misses upstairs. He walks Sanchez on 4 straight. Now this has the feel of a Gallardo game this year. You know, he really hasn't been that dominant pitcher this season. His fastball velocity is down a little bit. He's competing and he's had, you know, decent starts. He just hasn't had that eye-popping Gallardo type start, and he's a victim of his own success at this point of the season, but he is definitely not at the level he was towards the end of last season. Been a big winner the last 2 years for the Brewers. 17 wins and 16 wins.
I really don't think it's just the velocity. I mean, you know, 91, 92 maybe for Yo, but you know, the command on his pitches, not what it has been the last couple of years.
And that hanging breaking ball to Jordy Mercer is a great example. You could probably go back through the years with Gallardo, who's now in his 7th year, and pick out a handful of those kind of curveballs. As Alvarez goes down the line, that's a fair ball. And this is going to bring in a run. McCutchen right behind him is Sanchez. Well, Uni Betancourt was saying that was foul all the way, but it was called fair by Chad Fairchild, and that's going to be a 2 RBI double for Alvarez. And now it's 4-0 as Renicky is on his way out.
Well, Fairchild was right on it. I mean, he turned. All he had to do was turn around. He was on the grass out there beyond first base and had the best view of it. I mean, at normal speed up here, you can't tell, but have to see the replay. And that is a big 2-out double by Pedro Alvarez. Looked like a changeup. You know, changeup, maybe something two-seamer, but hard to tell on this angle. Does it hit the line? Hard to tell.
And it gets by Aoki as well, which allowed Alvarez to second base. So 2-out damage by the Pirates, and they lead 4-0 now. 3 of their 4 runs are coming with 2-out hits. Alvarez is having a big series. And by the way, that is a painted line out there. It's not chalk, the old-fashioned chalk, so it doesn't splatter like chalk. But Chad Fairchild was right on top of it, and he had the best angle. Certainly nobody else would have seen it as well, and you don't go to replay on foul balls like that.
Right there. Is that where it hit? I don't know.
So a 4-0 hole for Gallardo and the Brewers today as we play in the 3rd, and feels a lot like yesterday at this point. Pittsburgh had a 4-0 lead after 4 innings yesterday and did not look back. Ended up winning 5-2. 2-2 to McHenry. He walked and scored last inning. A 2-out walk for Gallardo last inning.
Yeah, both of his walks have come with 2 outs and have come around to score. Oh, those base on balls.
Pitch number 70 already for Gallardo as we play in the 3rd coming up. Alvarez at second base, and the 2-2. At bat continues. Well, it has been a grind for Gallardo, and a 28 pitch inning in the 2nd. And it is looking like another short start for a Brewer starting pitcher. Tough to get through 6, 7, 8 innings when you're racking up this many pitches this early. Got him. Gallardo strikes out McHenry to end the inning, but some damage done. Pittsburgh scores 3, and they lead 4-0. Fox Sports Wisconsin, by Ho-Chunk Gaming Wisconsin, your ticket to more, and by Marshfield Clinic. Don't just live, shine. Beautiful Sunday in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Downtown Milwaukee, and just a few miles west, we're at Miller Park, and the Brewers not off to a very good start today. 4-0 Pirates. They scored a run with 2 outs in the 2nd, plating 3 in the 3rd inning, and Alvarez had a big 2 RBI double. So we'll see if the Brewers can start to fight their way back against Wandy Rodriguez. Milwaukee got a leadoff double last inning by Ramirez, left him stranded at 3rd. Betancourt leads off in the air to center field. Routine for McCutchen. And 1 away. They got a lot of day baseball going on around the big leagues today. And of course, we're back at it in the afternoon tomorrow for Memorial Day. A familiar matchup here between Gallardo and Rodriguez. And how about Gallardo offensively? One of his 2 home runs this year coming against Wandy Rodriguez. That was back on April 29th. Gallardo beat Rodriguez here at Miller Park in late April, and then Rodriguez returned the favor on the last road trip. The 3rd meeting between these two this season, and the 6th in their career. And Gallardo delivers a base hit.
Gallardo having a pretty good year offensively after a down offensive year last year. A couple of home runs, hitting at 200 coming into today's game. That's going to go up. Got a fastball, looked like maybe a cutter, and Gallardo able to dump it into center field.
And now 5 for 21 for the season for Gallardo, and he's aboard with the top of the order coming up in Aoki.
Rodriguez coming in with a 340 earned run average, and that's pretty good when you consider his worst start of the year came against the Brewers right here at Miller Park. Gave up a 7 earned run outing in 4 2/3.
Yeah, by far and away his worst start of the year, and then he bounced back with one of his best starts of the season against Milwaukee and Pittsburgh. Last time these two matched up against each other. The splits for Aoki against lefties this year, 343 hitter. You don't see many left-handed batters have a higher batting average against lefties than righties. Got a couple of guys doing that this year in the National League. Nori Aoki and Carlos Gonzalez of the Rockies.
And some left-handed hitters will tell you that they try to be a little bit more disciplined against a left-handed starter. They try and keep that front shoulder closed. A lot of the big power hitting left-handed hitters will tell you that. Sometimes against right-handers they want to maybe try and hit the long ball, but against southpaws they stay on the baseball and go up the middle into the opposite field, and we've seen Aoki do that all year.
Aoki squirts that one over to third. Alvarez throws it into the outfield, and therein lies the challenge with Pedro Alvarez. He drove in a couple of runs with a double, but throws one into right field here, and that could be costly. 2 on now for the Brewers.
Man, just tried to be too quick. I mean, trying to be too quick. There's no way he's going to be able to turn a double play. And this is not good news.
Gallardo sliding into second base and did not look comfortable as he slid in, and athletic trainer Dan Wright is out along with Ron Renicky.
Going in hard, trying to it looked like break up a double play. Looked like a pretty routine slide. Didn't look like anything too radical.
Now that is the surgically repaired knee of Gallardo that he had and tore the ACL back in 2008.
And if anything, he dug in with that knee, that bent knee, into the ground a little bit more than normal. Looks like he got caught in between whether the slide or not. Once he saw that baseball fly into the outfield, Gallardo getting up, maybe that's what happened. You see him a little bit of a hyperextension as he got up, but who knows?
Well, looks like he's all right. He's going to stay in the game, and you know if there's any concern at all for Gallardo's knee, he would have been taken out. So whatever he has said, he has a shoot away Dan Wright.
Well, the key is going to be when he gets out on the mound. I mean, you can take it easy out on the bases, but you can't do that on the pitcher's mound.
So here's Segura now. See if that opens the door. Bouncing ball to second, and they go to second for one. The turn not in time. Segura beats it out. Gallardo still shaking it off at third base.
Hey, Thursday, June 6th, the Brewers take on the Phillies at 7:10 p.m. and the first 10,000 fans, 21 and older, will get a Summerfest Fest flag and a weekday admission ticket. Restrictions apply. Visit Brewers.com for tickets.
So here is Ryan Braun now with 2 outs. The Brewers continue to have their troubles with runners in scoring position, but this is the man they want at the plate. 2 outs, first and third now, and Braun fouls it back. Pirates scoring 3 in the third, and now the Brewers trying to answer. Strike two. Braun just one hit in the series. He's 1 for 9. Pirates have done a good job with him in this series. And they have pitched him inside in this series a great deal. A lot of teams have that as a game plan against Ryan Braun, and that's pretty much the game plan against most great hitters. But very few teams can execute.
Yeah, you leave it out over the plate, he's going to hammer one somewhere. But, you know, he might only have one hit, but he's hit the ball hard on a number of occasions, including his first time up today.
Try a high fastball here, the 0-2, and Braun chases it. So the Brewers strand 2 more. And Wandy Rodriguez has them frustrated early. 4-0 Pirates. At Miller Park, a reminder that you can enter the ultimate Brewers fan sweepstakes by making a donation to the Brewers Community Foundation. You could win a Bob Uecker game-worn sweater, plus a meet and greet with Mr. Baseball, a trip down Bernie Slide, and more. Visit Brewers.com/ultimate sweeps for details. Giovanni Gallardo back on the mound and being watched closely by the Brewers staff here as he slides into second. Looked like he injured his knee a little bit. Gallardo has posted some strikeouts thus far. Our head and shoulders width at this point. Gallardo with 4. But the Pirates have 4 runs on the board against Giovanni Gallardo on 4 hits. So Gallardo will face Jordy Mercer to start this 4th inning. Mercer tripled with 2 outs to drive in the first run for the Buccos.
Yeah, a couple of 2-out extra base hits for the Pirates have plated 3 of the 4 runs.
Quickly 0-2 on Mercer. Mercer getting the start at short today for Clint Barmas. He started the final game of the series with the Cubs on Wednesday, or the second to last day of that series. Clint Hurdle does a nice job making sure his bench players get occasional starts, try to keep their bat fresh. And Mercer's a guy that he's not the first option off the bench, but he is certainly an option, and he comes with some power. 26-year-old infielder. Got a little time last year. Played in 42 games with the Pirates. Played his college ball at Oklahoma State. No balls, 2 strikes. Gallardo winds it up and misses with a breaking ball.
And Mercer's always been able to hit at whatever level he's been at, but Clint Barmas is the everyday shortstop. I mean, there aren't too many better defenders than Clint Barmas when you talk about hands and throwing arm. And this guy can swing it a little bit.
He's always shown good power. A couple of years ago in the minor leagues, had a 19 home run season, splitting time between AA and AAA. One and 2 the count, and Mercer takes a called strike 3. Gallardo with a fastball. Number 5 for Giovanni. And that'll lead us to our carsoup.com email the booth question. Nicole in Watertown wants to know, does any active pitcher have more wins versus the Brewers than Wandy Rodriguez?
And 9. He's got 9. He's 9-10 coming in. Well, you figure it's a team in the National League Central. How about Dempster?
That's a good call. Bronson Arroyo is the other, I think.
Is it?
Long time.
Oh, you know the answer to these questions?
Well, Dempster's number 1. Bronson Arroyo is number 2. There you go. There's a graphic.
Okay. So you knew that before the graphic came up, though?
No. No, just remembered a lot of pregame preparation and memory.
See, that answers a lot of questions I've had over the years. So you should have waited just a little bit, then you wouldn't have given away the fact that they give you the answers to everything.
Who's they? I don't. It's just us doing this thing.
The guys that actually do all the work, and the girls down in the production truck.
There's a strike call. Gallardo went back-to-back Ks. And 3 in a row now for Giovanni.
Or I should say men and women.
Yes.
Don't want to get in any trouble.
Next batter, number 6.
Everybody knows that route. And you did too.
Yeah.
Wandy Rodriguez has been pitching in this division a long time, since '05. Astros, now the Pirates. Top of the order, Starling Marte. He doubled and scored in the 3rd inning. Well, this guy has all the tools right here. Man, has he been impressive. Lightning fast. He was from home to second on that double as quick as you can do it. We saw him go home to 3rd on a line drive to left 2 days ago on Friday. And I was talking to Ed Cedar, who handles the Brewers base runners and outfield positioning, and I said, can you get to 3rd base faster than that as a right-handed hitter? He said, nope, not that I've seen. There may be some as fast, but not faster. You just don't see triples that are hit down the left field line, especially against the Brewers, because Braun is very fast and can cut a ball off. He has a great throwing arm. And Marte was motoring around.
How about a race between he and Gomez from home to 3rd?
I would love to see that. Yeah, Gomez, he can motor with the best of them. Two balls, 2 strikes. And another one into left field, a base hit. So Marte is aboard once again with his 2nd hit.
And breaking ball from Gallardo that was right down the middle of the plate, but a good piece of hitting by Marte to get another 2-out hit for the Pirates. So you figure Marte is going to be off and running on the pitch very quickly. Kind of hooked it out there, a curveball, and able to hook it out into left field with 2 outs.
And he is a base stealer. He and McCutchen steal most of the bases for the Pirates thus far this season.
That's our 4th 2-out hit. 4 of the 5.
And there he goes, and looks like that pitch tied up Lucroy a little bit. Stolen base for Starling Marte. 13 steals now for Marte.
Yeah, pretty good lead, decent jump, and no throw by Lucroy. And I don't know what happened there. Got crossed up, maybe handcuffed, and another man in scoring position for Pittsburgh.
Got a 2-out RBI hit in the second. 2 RBIs with 2 outs in the third, and now they threaten again here in the fourth. They've had a 2-out hit in every inning, the Pirates. And it goes to 2-1 on Neil Walker. Well, the Brewers just have not been able to take advantage of their home crowd. They've had big crowds over the weekend. Got a sellout today, it looks like. Going to be pushing 42, 43,000 in the ballpark. But these are the kind of games that the Brewers have played a lot this year, where the opposition has gotten out to early leads, kind of taking the crowd out of it.
And that's what you want to do when you're playing on the road. You know, get on the board early. Brewers have been playing from behind quite a bit the last couple of weeks.
Two balls, 2 strikes on Walker, who was hit by a pitch his last time up. Got Marte at second base, and Walker takes a ball. And Eric Cooper hearing it from the fans at Miller Park. Another close one.
And not sure where it missed, but apparently it did somewhere.
So now 3-2 to Walker with McCutchen on deck. It has been a battle for Gallardo, who is pushing 100 pitches through the first 4 innings. He's sitting at 93 right now. 3-2, runner goes, and a strikeout. Walker strikes out. Interesting that Marte took off on a 3-2 pitch, and Gallardo ends up striking out the side, gives him 7 for the game. But he has labored through 4 innings. Brewers coming up. 4 innings. He's given up 4 runs, and he is nearing 100 pitches. So the Brewers down 4-0, and it'll be Aramis Ramirez to lead off in this bottom of the 4th. Ramirez has one of the 2 hits against Rodriguez. He doubled in the 2nd inning. Brewers have stranded a runner at third base today. They left runners at the corners last inning when Braun struck out. Aramis led the 2nd off with a double to left center. Hit a hooking line drive that went into the gap in left center. Lifts this one in the air to right, and Jones makes the play for out number 1.
Hey, Rodriguez, one of those guys that he'll take a little off, he'll add a little bit, cut it, sink it. He just tries to keep the barrel of the bat off the baseball. In his last 3+ starts, he's done a very good job of that.
Well, the shining stars of the future, brought to you by Marshfield Clinic. TJ Middlestat last night pitching in the Florida State League. Had a couple of hits, hit a walk-off home run for Brevard County. So big night for TJ. Congratulations. That is the high A level of the Brewers. They have 2 single A teams. The one here in Wisconsin in the Midwest League. That's considered low A, and then you go to the Florida State League in Brevard County, which is high A. And if you progress through the system, the next step would be double A, then triple A, and then the big leagues. Donovan Hand, he was just promoted from AAA Nashville. He is soon to be making his major league debut, and looks like he's getting ready with purpose.
Yeah, it looks like he's getting ready quickly. That's what you want. You get called up and you're looking to make your first ever major league appearance. Get it out of the way quickly. The last thing you want to do is sit around on the bench or out in that bullpen for too long. And nerves start getting the best of you.
Lucroy with 1 out. Sends that one foul and out of play. Now you just wonder if the high pitch count, the knee situation for Gallardo, looked like he banged his knee up sliding into second base. I mean, the last thing Ron Renicky wants to deal with today is a 4-inning start out of Giovanni Gallardo. I mean, that's your ace.
Well, it's going to be 4 or 5 because, you know, I guess that, you know, the Brewers are going to need some offense. So with the high pitch count, even if he does come out for the 5th, that's probably going to be his last. There's been a number of very short starts for the Brewers in the last couple of weeks. Doesn't look like he's done quite yet. Perhaps Hand getting ready just in case his spot comes up in the batting order in this inning.
That's a possibility. There'd be some runners on, and it'd be an RBI chance, most likely. 4-0 Pirates. Rodriguez deals a 1-2, and Lucroy, little flare. That's trouble, and it will fall. A base hit.
Yeah, he's due for one of those. I mean, he's hit some balls hard, but right at the defenders, you can see him shaking his head saying, finally, I found a hole. Very rarely strikes out, puts the ball in play, but has had a tough time finding base hits. Squibs one right off the end of the bat and just out of the reach of Neil Walker at second.
So Lucroy at first with 1 away, and that'll give Gomez a chance with a man on. Gomez now 3 for 7 in this series. And 2 of those hits are home runs, which both came yesterday. Starts him with a curveball that misses. Some hitters who have had a lot of success against Wandy Rodriguez in that Brewers batting order. Gomez is not one of them. He has given Gomez fits throughout his career. Carlos just 5 for 33 lifetime against Gomez, or against Rodriguez.
Here's a good changeup by Rodriguez, and one of the reasons that a free swinger, at least in the past for Gomez, tough time against Rodriguez because he only throws strikes when he has to. He'll throw a strike early in the count, but then he'll get you to chase. That pitch might have been off the plate, but a very good changeup on a 2-0 count.
And a 2-1 curveball misses.
You make him throw strikes and you can get to him. But he won't throw strikes unless he feels as though he has to. And he has to right here.
Gonna go with a changeup. 3-1. And Gomez pulls it on the ground to short. Mercer to second for 1. And the throw to first is in time. A double play on one of the fastest Brewers in the dugout. Gomez inning over. Just bouncing into a double play to end the inning. And now Renicky having to make a change here, and he's going to go ahead and make a double switch with Maldonado coming in to catch. That means Lucroy's out. Maldonado will be due a third and a fifth, and Donovan Hand is in for Giovanni Gallardo, making his major league debut.
And this is the way you want to do it. You come into town and you get right in there, and his numbers are very good down in the minor leagues. 17 appearances, a .318 earned run average. Pretty good walk to strikeout ratio. 9 walks, 32 punch outs for the sinker baller Donovan Hand.
Well, Sophia, I know you had a chance to visit with Donovan today. It's got to be a big moment for he and his family.
Yes, of making his major league debut after 7 years in the minors. And he told me, we had a night game last night in Nashville, so he was able to catch a flight this morning at 7 a.m. out of Nashville with his wife Haley. But his parents were in Nashville last night for the game, but they said, hey, we can't leave little brother behind. So they drove to Alabama about 2 hours from Nashville, picked up his brother, and then came racing here to Milwaukee. He said he was hoping they would make it here by game time. So Don and Betty Hand are on hand here to see their son make his major league debut. He said, my parents have been here from the beginning. They wouldn't miss this for the world.
Oh, that's cool. Great story. And this is a big moment for him. And tell you what, you think about all the work that goes into a career, amateur career. You get a chance to be a pro, and then for those very few fortunate ones to get a chance to be in the major leagues. And it is here right now for Donovan Hand, his first batter faced. Talk about jumping into the deep waters early. He's got Andrew McCutchen.
It's all not overpowering. 91, 92 miles an hour. It's all a matter of him being able to control his emotions. And one swing of the bat, you get Maldonado, and the home plate umpire, Eric Cooper, relies on sink. He gets a lot of ground ball outs when he's right. We saw that in spring training this year.
And McCutchen with a base hit to center field. So the first batter faced for Hand in the big leagues. Andrew McCutchen singles.
Hey, let's check out today's timer of the game winner. Jack's Corner Bar in Waiawega. If they call the Brewers in the next 24 hours, Jack's get 40 Miller Lite beer pen tickets to a Brewers home game this year. This offer courtesy of the Tavern League of Wisconsin and Miller Lite.
I've just been keeping an eye on Carlos Gomez here a little bit. He does not look right. He must not be running well. Something's up with Gomez, who plays as hard as anybody. Surprised to see him get doubled up, and then of course that ball, remember the gap
right
back in the second inning, and I'm wondering if he has some kind of leg injury that he is. We have not been told anything like that, but even on that fly ball there, he got a very late deliberate break.
Yeah, ordinarily Carlos Gomez not going to get doubled up on a ball like that, but he did. You just hope there's nothing wrong with him, because the Brewers don't need any more injuries. They've had their share.
We'll check on McCutchen, who is most likely ready to run at any point. Hand does a good job holding base runners. We saw a lot of them this spring, and it came right down to the wire for he and Alfredo Figueroa to make this team.
And the Brewers elected to go with the big velocity with Figueroa as opposed to the sinker baller Donovan Hand. But here they both are as we get to the latter stages of May.
Well, I'm sure the nerves are rattling in a big way for Donovan Hand, just trying to keep things organized on the mound. Good breaking ball, and it's fouled away. It's 1-2 on Garrett Jones. Giovanni Gallardo goes 4 innings today. 4 innings, 4 earned runs. A couple of walks, 7 strikeouts. Kind of roughed up his knee sliding into second base. Not sure if that went into the decision making for Renicky and Kranitz, but it's another short start for a Brewer starting pitcher. And more pressure on the bullpen. There's a swing and a miss. He snuck a fastball by him. Well, that's some good life on it.
A little dip as it got to home plate in the hitting zone, and that's more like it. Look at that movement. Yeah, a little bit of movement going away. The two-seam fastball, and Jones right underneath.
At AAA Nashville, Hand has been used in that middle relief role. He's a guy that is able to go multiple innings, and Renicky making the double switch with Lucroy coming out and Maldonado in. He is certainly hoping Hand can give him 2 or maybe 3 innings today. Sure, he'd be ecstatic with 2 in his major league debut.
Yeah. Well, one thing, you know, if there was something going on with Gomez, don't you think Ron Renicky would double switch him?
Yeah, maybe.
Kind of interesting that you know, he stays in and Lucroy is out.
No, that's a really good point. You got Logan Schaefer available. Gomez made the last out, so that'll be something to follow up on after the game. Just having watched Gomez as we have, doesn't seem like a hustle situation. He's one of the hardest players in the game, hardest runners. He even sprints around the bases on home runs, for crying out loud.
Yeah. You're right.
2-0 on Gabby Sanchez. Sanchez walked and scored in the 3rd inning. Pirates got a run in the 2nd. They added 3 more in the 3rd. And 3 of the 4 runs coming on 2-out hits. Well, he's got a good sinker. Sanchez up there in a hitter's count right off his foot.
Yeah, you just have to rely on that good movement. I mean, obviously, your major league debut, you might be amped up a little bit and try and throw too hard. That flattens everything out. But that was a good pitch, just like the one that he was able to get the strikeout on with Garrett Jones. And when you have movement like that, you don't need to be setting up on the corners either. I mean, you can, outer half, inner half, and let that natural movement take over. You don't have to really work the corners too much.
Now Hand spending his 3rd season in AAA Nashville this year. He and Maldonado certainly have a relationship, catcher to pitcher. Maldonado began the year at AAA Nashville last season. There goes McCutchen, and a bouncing ball foul. And the count to 3-2. Hand's put up great numbers in his minor league career. He's just been a guy that continues to get outs. He was a 14th round draft pick back in '07. Played his college ball at Jacksonville State in Jacksonville, Alabama. Got a career minor league earned run average of .357. 3-2. Runner goes again. Gabby Sanchez into center field. And that'll chase McCutchen back. So there is out number 2 for Donovan Hand.
Yeah, kids ages 6 to 14 enroll in a world-class experience this summer as Quick Trip presents the inaugural year of the Brewers Baseball Academy. These instructional kid camps are coming to a city near you. Visit brewers.com/camps today.
It's the first one, huh?
I worked on it last night.
Did a nice job, Rock.
Inaugural. Yep, I had a little help at home. Had some time last night, so we worked on that word, and I figured I'd use it today.
Did a little practicing, and the practice paid off.
Yep.
2 gone. Here is Pedro Alvarez. He slaps that one foul. Alvarez had a big hit for the Pirates in the 3rd inning. Had a 2-out, 2 RBI double off Gallardo. Made it 4-0 Pittsburgh. And a swing and a miss. Good off speed from Hand.
Yep, 69 miles an hour on the gun. Dropped a little curveball on him. Nice.
Oh, 0-2. McCutchen at first, and Hand throws it away. McCutchen into second base. So that'll be an error on Donovan Hand. Got that one out of the way. And now McCutchen into scoring position.
And he tried to throw it before his body was squared up. Check it out right there, and right underneath of Andrew McCutchen and to the sidewall over there. Another man in scoring position for the Pirates. That's now 4 innings straight.
Oh, 2 on Alvarez. Trying to keep McCutchen at second base, and another curveball swung on and missed. Take a deep breath, Donovan. Your major league debut. The 1st inning in the books. 2 strikeouts. He works a scoreless 5th. Welcome to Milwaukee. The Brewers are coming up. Big crowd here on a Sunday in Milwaukee. And a reminder that this copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Brewers. May not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent of the Brewers. Ricky Weeks will lead off. Brewers need to get something going offensively. They are down 4-0. They've had some chances. Had a base runner in every inning with the exception of the first. And have stranded runners in scoring position in 2 innings today. Weeks had one of those left on base when he struck out with Ramirez at third in the second. One and two to count on Ricky Weeks. And Rodriguez deals it high. Fastball. Weeks able to check his swing. Talk about rocking the boat. That's what Wandy Rodriguez does.
Yeah.
Up, down, in and out. This time it's low and he misses. And it's 2-2 now. Now Weeks is familiar with leading off. For a number of years, the Brewers leadoff hitter. Actually, that's his preferred position in a batting order. Gets a chance to lead off here, and a base hit to right for Ricky Weeks. So a 2-strike hit. And a good way to start an inning.
Well, Ricky's staying right on that one. He had a base hit to right in yesterday's ball game, so maybe Ricky's starting to shorten up a little bit, keep that front shoulder closed, and a couple of hard hit balls the other way for Ricky last couple of days.
All right, so Uni Betancourt now. Remember, Renicky made the double switch last inning, so Maldonado is on deck in the 9th spot in the batting order. And Uni pops it up. First ball swinging, pop up to Neil Walker. Well, Donovan Hand has his first big league inning in the books, and Sophia has found the rest of the hands.
Yes, I'm joined now by Don and Betty Hand, and quite the night. The Hands are running on very little sleep. They've made the drive at 3:30 this morning from Lawrence County, Alabama. Got here just around 1:30. And Don, what has it been like to see your son Donovan make his major league debut? And not only that, but pitch a scoreless inning.
That was just amazing. You know, it's just a dream come true. You know, just to be here and watch him do this and be on the field. It's all he's ever wanted to do. And I'm just tickled to death for him to be able to do that.
You just shared with me that when Donovan was 6 years old, he made a special message for you. What did he tell you when he was 6?
He told me when he was 6, he said, Daddy, you're going to watch me on TV one of these days. And, you know, the day is here. And it's just awesome.
This is a little better than watching him on TV, though. What's it like to see him on the field?
It's just amazing. It's no word that can describe it. It's just something that I've always dreamed of doing, seeing him on the Major League Baseball field.
All right, well, congratulations to Donovan and your family. Great that the Hands are able to be here and see him in his debut, Brian.
It's a moment they will never forget. And you could hear his father getting emotional. I mean, you can sense what a family goes through when their son makes it to the big leagues and on this stage, and just there's a lot more to it than people realize to get here, and especially for a guy like Donovan Hand. He's never been a big prospect. You know, he's never been one of those guys that's been on a fast track, and he's earned his way here.
Yeah, families become cheerleaders. I'm sure there were times in the career of Donovan Hand, you know, in the minor leagues, and it just continued to not be able to get into that big leagues. I mean, the families, all of a sudden, they become cheerleaders for you. They pump you up, and even, you know, the good times and the bad times, and it's great to see the family be able to be here for this special day.
Yeah. Good job, Sophia. Well, we'll see how Donovan does in inning number 2, because certainly Renicky is going to ask him to go out for another one. And a scoreless frame, had a couple of strikeouts. Maldonado hanging tough. No balls, 2 strikes. Did you ever tell your dad that he'd be watching you on TV one day when you that bold as a 6-year-old?
No, I didn't. I never said anything like that. You know, I didn't think I was going to get to the big leagues until I got to AAA. I mean, you have that dream, but you know, it's such a grind, and you're so focused and everything. And I remember Ray Poitevin, who was the scouting or the minor league director back in those days. You know, we were having a tough time. We were in A-ball, and there were guys on the team that were, you know, making comments like they should be in AA and AAA and things like that. He got us together one day in the outfield and said, this league right here is your major league. If you don't consider this to be your major league, you're never going to get to the next level. And that kind of stuck with me. And it wasn't until I was in AAA where I kind of got the sense, and maybe my first big league camp, that I thought that perhaps I had a shot. So yeah, I never said anything to my parents like that. I said a number of times that I'd love to be in the big leagues.
Donovan and his parents and his brother. Yeah, Mike Guerrero is the AAA manager, and it's been a tough week for Mike as well. His father, Epi, passing away, and I can imagine, I haven't talked to Mike, but I'm almost sure of it that was a special moment for him as well. You know, when you're in player development and you get the opportunity to go tell a player you're going to the big leagues, that's what fuels those minor league managers and coaches. And that's a job well done.
And there's been a lot of that in the minor leagues. We talked to Tom Flanagan, what was it, yesterday before or during the game, day before, and that trickle down effect when a guy gets called up to the big leagues from AAA, it affects AA, and the Brewers minor league system has been moving around quite a bit.
There's a strike called on the outside corner. Maldonado is rung up. I think McHenry thought that was the 3rd out.
Yeah, he did.
He was ready to run to the dugout.
And he's very fortunate he didn't roll that ball back to the mound.
So 2 outs now. Charter high-speed pitch. Gallardo and Rodriguez both topping out at 91. Gallardo is out after 4 innings. Meanwhile, Wandy Rodriguez is making a bid at his 4th straight win. Working on a shutout. 2 outs now, top of the order for Aoki. There's some legendary stories about minor league managers and how they've delivered the news to certain players, and I was a part of a couple of those call-ups when I was working in the minor leagues. I'll never forget Chris Snelling. They had to lock him in his room because they knew they were going to call him up. Snelling, this is with the Mariners organization. He was a young hitter, but you know, Snelling was a tough guy to keep in his room after ball games, if you know what I mean. So they knew they were going to call him up, but they couldn't tell him just yet. So they actually put a couple of coaches out in front of his door and sequestered him in his room before they finally told him he was going to the big leagues, and he thought he was in trouble. Come to find out, he was going to the major leagues. I remember one manager wrote on a coaster at a restaurant the itinerary for his flight from Tulsa to Los Angeles. And he passed him over a beverage, and he had all this information written on a coaster. Aoki with a base hit. So Nori keeps his hitting going against left-handed pitching.
And that's why, just shooting that ball into center field. Fastball up in the strike zone, and Aoki able to center on it. He hits that high fastball very well. Opens up those hips, pulls the hands in, and gets the barrel of the bat on it. And the Brewers threatening once again.
All right, so Aoki is now 1 for 3 and 2 on. That's going to bring Ray Searage out of the Pittsburgh dugout, the pitching coach, former Brewer. He hasn't had to make too many trips to the mound in this series.
A full out meeting out there on the mound. A couple of men on for the Brewers. I'm not sure what this chat could be about. The entire infield out there, and I guess they enjoy, you know, Ray Searage's mound meetings. They go out there and enjoy what he has to say.
He's a funny guy, right?
Yeah. He's a Brewer. We were in the minor leagues together. Spent a couple of years in the big leagues with the Brewers. 84, 85.
Well, you can log on to foxsportswisconsin.com. Paul Limmick, he follows Wisconsin athletes on Twitter, and he brings you his top 10 tweets on Friday. Check them out. So here is Segura now with 2 on and 2 out. Brewers need a big hit. They've been waiting. Segura's 0 for 2. He flew out to left. He just missed one on the bat from hitting one out. Caught it a little bit on the label, and it ended up as a deep fly ball out to left field. Reached on a fielder's choice his last time up. And now it's 2-0. Now Gene Segura. This is off Wandy Rodriguez back on April 29th. Dead central for Gene Segura.
That looked good right now. Of course, maybe a walk, and then Ryan Braun hit one and tie this baby up.
Segura has 7 home runs this season. Got a hitter's count at 2-0, and he fouls it back. Rodriguez just continues to make his pitches when he's behind in the count. Normally, when you get him down in a count, you've got a chance.
Has not walked the batter yet today. We talked about how good a control he's had this year.
Weeks over at second. Had a single. Aoki at first. Also single. And now 3-1. Segura fouls it away. Might have chased ball 4. 3 balls, 2 strikes now. Segura didn't hit for much power this first part of the schedule. He had just 1 home run in the first 22 games. Did not homer last year with the Brewers. Weren't sure what kind of power you were going to get from Segura, but he's hit 6 in his last 24 games. To give him 7 total with 20 runs batted in. Now in a full count, the runners will get a head start, and Segura fouls it off. A curveball on a 3-2 pitch from Rodriguez.
Gutsy pitch for Rodriguez, given the fact that Braun's on deck.
Well, Segura hasn't walked much lately. He's been a free swinger at the plate, and you don't typically walk much when you're hitting in front of Ryan Braun. 3-2, runners go. Segura bouncing ball, and Walker lays out, throw to first. Not in time. Walker got a late start, and that's going to go as an infield hit for Gene Segura.
I think Walker was heading towards second base. Brewers running on the pitch. I think he took a couple of steps that way and ended up costing himself an out. Segura doing a nice job staying on that baseball, and you can see Walker had to redirect himself, and by the time he gets up and makes the throw, it's too late.
Bang, bang, play at first. Segura safe. The league leader in infield hits, and now the stage is set for Ryan Braun. Bases loaded. Braun coming up. Brewers down 4. Braun has 3 grand slams in his career. But his last Grand Slam came in 2010. One of his more famous Grand Slams in his big league career came against the Pirates back in '08, a late September Grand Slam in extra innings. Well, McHenry just flat out missed that one for ball one.
Yeah.
Lucky that didn't go back to the screen.
Might have got crossed up. He might have crossed himself up. He was looking for a breaking pitch, and Rodriguez throws the fastball and got that one on the wrist.
Ryan Braun in front of a sellout crowd on Ryan Braun bobblehead day with a big at bat here. Braun is 0 for 2. He struck out with runners at the corners his last time up. Chance at redemption here in the 5th inning. Changeup missed. 2 balls and no strikes.
Yeah, Brewers making the throw strikes in this inning.
Weeks, Aoki, and Segura all aboard with hits with singles. And Wandy Rodriguez with 28 pitches in this inning. 2 outs in the inning. And Braun bounces it. That's a fair ball. Left field line into score Weeks. Here comes Aoki. Segura right behind him, and he will score. A 3 RBI double for Braun. And the Brewers are right back in it.
Now they had the right guy at first base for that. Flying around the bases. Gene Segura. And how about 8 doing it again. 3 big RBIs with 2 outs. Doing a nice job being patient, got the count in his favor, and ripped one right down that third baseline.
Double number 12 produces 3 quick ones for Milwaukee. Now it's 4-3 Pittsburgh. And a base hit could tie it up with Ramirez at the plate. Always ready to swing at that first pitch. And he fouls it back.
Oh, check out the Ryan Braun at bat, doing a good job being patient. The fastball misses, changeup down in the strike zone, and then he gets one middle in and drives it right down that line for a 2-out double just out of the reach of Alvarez, and the Brewers had the right guy at first base to score on that double. Not even close at home plate.
Well, Segura was just motoring around the bags. I mean, from the time it left the bat, he's running on contact with 2 outs. And there aren't a whole lot of guys that could score from first on a base hit to left like that, especially with Marte's arm, which is the best among the bunch. See if Ramirez can add to it here. Fastball missed. 2 balls and a strike. Boy, it has been a long inning for Wandy Rodriguez. Pirates finally have activity in their bullpen. You figure this could be his last hitter.
Pushing 100 pitches himself.
Curveball, strike, 2-2. So Vin Mazzaro is ready in the Pirate bullpen. Two, and Aramis takes one inside. Ball 3. Alex Gonzalez has moved into the on-deck circle. That is the pitcher's spot. Full count. And Ramirez down on strikes. And the inning ends, but the great 8 on his bobblehead day comes up with a big one in the 5th. A 3 RBI double for Ryan Braun. And the Brew Crew right back in it at Miller Park. Wisconsin is presented by the Wisconsin Lottery, reminding you to please play responsibly. And by Miller Lite. It's not just a good time, it's Miller time. Another sellout crowd on their feet after Ryan Braun clears the bases with a double. 4-3 Pittsburgh now as we head to the 6th inning. And for Ryan Braun, RBIs number 31, 32, and 33. Donovan Hand back on the mound in the middle of his major league debut today. Had a scoreless first inning. Gave up a hit to McCutchen, then he retired the next 3 in order with a couple of strikeouts. Facing Michael McHenry to start it. He'll have the bottom of the order to deal with. McHenry, Jordy Mercer, and then the pitcher spot due up. Brewers have now out-hit Pittsburgh 7-6. And a 4-hit inning last inning.
Nice to get this young man a win. First appearance, a couple of innings. Pick up a couple of runs next inning.
Hand taking the roster spot vacated by Jim Henderson, who went on the disabled list. Actually, I guess technically took the roster spot of Mark Rogers, who was transferred to the 60-day DL, which cleared space for Hand, and the major league active roster spot of Henderson. Hand and Figueroa non-roster invitees this spring. That's why the decision was a little tough on who was going to make the big league roster. They weren't currently on the roster as McHenry turns that one around, and that is going to one hop off the wall. McHenry thinking about 2, and he'll make it without a throw. A leadoff double by the Pittsburgh catcher. Our Ho-Chunk Gaming text question. Terry and Edgar wants to know, Rock, how many guys are on the roster at each level of the minors? Speaking of roster spots, 25 in the big leagues.
Right, 25 in the big leagues, 24 in AA and AAA. 8-ball, it's 24, I believe, 25, but they have some experience. There's some, 5 years in the minor leagues. You can only have so many guys doing that. But down in the rookie ball, you have 35 guys on the roster, but only 30 can play and be on the active roster for any given game.
And it's a flotating, you see you can have 38 under control as opposed to 40 on the major league roster. And it's interesting. You only have 25 of those 40 in the big league. So there are always a number of players who are quote unquote on major league rosters, but are currently in the minor leagues.
That's an interesting question.
There's a difference between the active major league roster and the 40-man roster.
Right.
And because Donovan Hand was not on the 40-man roster, the Brewers had to purchase his contract from the AAA roster. Kind of gets technical, but you can play general manager and how decisions are made on who makes it to the big leagues or not.
Good question.
That was a good question.
Who was that again?
It's from Edgar, from Terry from Edgar.
There you go, Terry. Had the graphic ready for you and everything.
Well, Hand has Mercer in an 0-2 count. Pirates with a leadoff double. Well, important for Hand to put up a 0 here after the Brewers score 3 as Mercer fouls that one away on a defensive swing.
That's a nice curveball that Donovan Hand has been featuring today. Takes a lot off of it. 69, 70 miles an hour. As long as it keeps it down in the zone, it's going to be all right. That's an easy pitch to double clutch on and still hit hard if you leave it upstairs. Good compliment to that good sinker.
Another 0-2 pitch from Hand. Fastball missed. Mike Vasallo had a good line today on Donovan Hand. He said Mr. Hand will wear uniform number 48. No word on what number Spicoli will wear. Fast Times reference.
Yeah.
It's a good one. Mr. Hand.
My favorite Martian, right? Mr. Hand, same guy.
Same guy, yeah.
Remember that show?
I do.
You're too young.
It's a fine show.
You're too young. You don't remember that.
I remember that.
You do?
That show. My Favorite Martian. Of course. It's like right there in that. Right there in the Bewitched wheel and the Beverly Hillbillies.
Ray Walston was.
Is that his name?
The guy that played both. Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know that. The 1-2 curveball, little flare. Segura on the run. That's going to fall. A base hit. A little bloop single by Jordy Mercer. And now the Pirates threatening once again.
Yeah, it's on that curveball, that 69-mile-per-hour curveball that time, and Mercer out in front. He was out on his front foot, but he kept his hands back and able to hit it well enough to get his base hit. Didn't look like too bad of a pitch. Went down and got it and dumps it into center field.
So the Pirates are going to go to a pinch hitter here. Wandy Rodriguez is out after 5 innings. He still is in line for a win. Got Mazzaro ready to go in the bullpen. Brandon Inge will be the pinch hitter, and that means Rick Kranitz out for a scouting report on Inge. Inge got the start here on Friday. 0 for 4. Pittsburgh threatening now. 1st and 3rd, nobody out in the 6th inning.
Pitch hitting for the pitcher, Wandy Rodriguez. Number 2, Brandon Inge.
So Gallardo ends up going 4, Rodriguez 5. Got a long way to go in this one yet. First and 3rd with nobody out for Inge. Looks like the Brewers are going to be content to turn 2 if they get a ground ball to a middle infielder and concede the run at this point. Try to avoid that big inning. There's a strike. Good fastball in there.
Good movement, great down the middle of the plate, but a tough pitch to handle.
Swing and a miss. Big cut from Inge. 1 and 2 now. A strikeout would be a big out for Hand in this spot. Got the top of the order coming up next. Making his major league debut today. And the 1-2 down in the dirt. Nice block by Maldonado. The Brewers used Hand as a starting pitcher his first couple of seasons in the minor leagues, but he's been almost exclusively a reliever since 2010. He made 1 start in 2010 in Double-A, but pretty much a reliever since then. And a multi-inning reliever this year in Triple-A. In 16 games, he pitched nearly 30 innings. So quite often he is out there going an inning plus, sometimes 2 innings. And that's what the Brewers need. With Figueroa making the start on Tuesday, they essentially lose their long reliever.
And most middle relievers are going to be able to go extended for you, 1 or 2. 2 plus.
2-2. Inside, ball 3. I think what impressed the Brewers about Hand this year, the fact that his hits per innings were down, fewer hits than innings, and his walks were minimal. Just 9 walks in 28 AAA innings to go along with 32 strikeouts. Payoff pitch, runner goes, and Inge fouls it back.
You know that discussion we had on the rosters. I got a note from Gordash, assistant general manager. Last couple of years, AA and AAA have had 25 men on the roster. But not 24.
All right.
That's the way it used to be. Just want to make sure that what was it, Terry? Got the right information
from Edgar. So it is 25 now, just like the big leagues. Runner goes again, swing and a miss. Maldonado's throw. Weeks is not there.
Oh, he was playing in. That would have been a tough play for Ricky.
Oh, that was a risky throw by Maldonado, just taking a shot. You could see Weeks had a little panic set in when that ball was on the way.
Yeah, he's playing, you know, in to try and cut down that run, and I mean that's an impossible play for Ricky Weeks. Going over to the bag and going back. Good thing that was a very good throw.
So that'll be a stolen base, but a big strikeout for Hand. Saw the reaction of the family. And they're grinding out through this inning for sure. I think Gordash sent him a text as well. So now the infield coming all the way in. Well, that's too bad. That was a perfect throw by Maldonado. And just about any other scenario, looking at an out at second base. Now second and third with 1 out, and Marte the batter. Marte's been a tough out. He's maintained a .300 batting average, but he's a guy that'll strike out too. He has 47 punch outs at the top of the order this year for the Pirates, and this is just their 50th game. Marte playing in his 49th game. He's been out there in all but 1. Did he go? They will ask. No, he didn't. Able to check his swing, and it's a ball and a strike.
Yeah, dropped a slider on him. So we've seen 3 different pitches from Donovan Hand today. The sinker, the curveball, now the slider, and pretty close, but it looks like he was able to hold up.
Dad didn't like that call. I don't blame him, but it was the right call. 1-1, and they will ask again, and again Chad Fairchild says no. That was a little closer. You make the call. And remember, that camera angle is in the dugout, so it's a little bit different angle for Fairchild.
A lot of times you might give him the break the first time, but back-to-back check swings like that, you'd figure you'd get one of them.
Now it's 2-1, and Marte just looks at that one for a strike. Enough with the check swinging business. Well, the Pirates have McHenry over at third base. Even though he's a catcher, he runs pretty well. Good arms in the outfield. Brewers have their infield end. 2-2 to Marte, and Hand delivers, and a fly ball center field. Gomez has a great arm. McHenry's going to tag. Here comes the throw. It's cut off. Throw to third is not in time. Everybody's safe, and the Pirates add to their lead.
That was a good cut by Betancourt and a good throw over to third base. As long as you hit the cutoff, man, that's a good throw. And Jordy Mercer taking a big risk, tagging up on that. You can see him taking off. He saw where the throw is going, and let's see. Yep, he's safe.
Now the high tag by Ramirez allowed Mercer to get in there.
And tagging the runner and not just dropping the tag, the glove right at the bag.
So it's 5-3. Pirates get another sacrifice fly. That's their second of the game. Jones had the other. And now 2 men are out with a runner at third for Neil Walker. And he started with a double. McHenry doubled sharply down the left field line. Mercer had a little flare single. He stole a base, put runners at second and third, and the sac fly from Marte. Pirates lead by 2. And Walker off the end of the bat, fouls it back.
Yeah, 40 pitches now for Donovan Hand. That's getting up there a bit. Of course, I would imagine he's got a little bit of an adrenaline working for him today.
Probably can barely feel anything out there, I would imagine. Not that I would know, but
right.
It's once in a lifetime deal here.
He'll sleep good tonight, though.
Two balls and a strike on Walker. And now 3-1. Got McCutchen on deck. Dangerous pitch coming here to Walker, who has plenty of power. And he missed. So Walker draws the walk, and here comes McCutchen now. That is the first walk issued by Hand. First and third with 2 gone. And McCutchen batting for the second time.
And because the pitcher is leading off the bottom of this inning, Ron Renicky does not want to use another pitcher.
Well, Andrew McCutchen against Mike Fiers yesterday had a home run. Continues to swing the bat well at Miller Park. He has played 13 games at Miller Park. This is number 14. He's hit 6 home runs in his last 13 games. 6 homers and 14 runs batted in for McCutchen here. A strike on a breaking ball. Donovan Hand's last outing down in AAA was Tuesday, and he went 3 innings in that game. No balls, 2 strikes. Twice in his last 4 outings in AAA, he's gone 3 innings. Just to give you a sense of how he was used down there. He's thrown a lot of pitches here, but this is even though it's his big league debut, in his comfort zone of innings and pitches logged in a relief appearance. This is pitch number 31 of the inning, and that's a lot. The 0-2 pitch. 1-2. See what he has in mind for McCutchen here. Breaking ball, popped him up. Segura is there, and that will retire the side. So 2 innings for Donovan Hand in his big league debut. Gives up 1. They get the little weenies involved. And I don't think the Chorizo is playing by the rules there for the grown-ups.
A huge lead, but little cocktail weenies. It all comes down to those guys.
Yeah. Trying to give them an even race.
And the Italian doing a nice job with the finish.
Good comeback. Muscling through. Well, our freaky fast delivery, courtesy of Jimmy John's. Ryan Braun making it a ball game just like that. 3 RBIs with a double. And it gave the Brewers a big jolt and got this crowd on its feet. Segura scoring all the way from first. 4-3 at the time. Now it's 5-3 as Jeff Yankee is leading all, pinch hitting. And there's one out. One pitch, one out. Vin Mazzaro is the new Pirate pitcher.
Well, Mazzaro has been very good. As a matter of fact, this entire Pirates bullpen has showed themselves very well so far this year. 4 walks, 12 punch outs. He's only given up the 1 home run. Has allowed 5 hits in his last 10 2/3 innings. So pretty good work by Mazzaro.
Here's Carlos Gomez now, who is 0 for 2. So he can close the book on Donovan Hand with 2 innings. Has 3 strikeouts and 1 walk, gives up 1 run in his major league debut. Did a good job.
Well, he's got the first big league appearance out of the way. He showed some pretty good pitches. He showed 3 very good pitches, as a matter of fact, and giving up 1 run. I would imagine he will sleep very soundly tonight. I'm not sure how much sleep he got last night.
Sophia reported that he was on a very early flight just to get here from Nashville. He and his wife, and start the day in Tennessee. You end up on the mound in the big leagues as Gomez on a hop out to the shortstop Mercer for out number 2. The Pirates have dubbed their bullpen the Shark Tank for good reason. It is tough to come back against this group, and there have been very few comebacks against them this season. They're in their bullpen an inning earlier than they'd like to be, with Rodriguez only going 5 today, but Mazzaro has 2 gone here in the 6th. Ricky Weeks down the right field line. Jones playing deep will run it down, and that's it. 1, 2, 3, 6th inning. Brewers down 5-3. We go to the 7th.
here at Miller Park on this Memorial Day weekend, and tomorrow is a Miller High Life Monday, which means you can purchase terrace reserve seats for just $9, courtesy of Miller High Life. Visit brewers.com/highlife for details.
Got 2 games remaining on the homestand after today. The Twins are coming in tomorrow. 2 games with the Twins, and then go to Minnesota to start a 5-game road trip. Jeff Bianchi stays in after his pinch hit appearance. Ricky Weeks is out, and that'll be Mike Gonzalez out of the Brewers bullpen. Gallardo goes 4, Hand 2, and now Gonzalez.
Well, Gonzalez has been on the top of his game the last couple of weeks, 2-3 weeks. He's been throwing the baseball pretty well, getting out right-handed and left-handed batters. Gonzalez last pitched on Friday against these Pirates. Retired the only batter that he faced. That was in the 8th inning.
Garrett Jones will lead off for Pittsburgh. Jones has an RBI today, had a sac fly back in the 3rd. A couple of strikeouts on his card as well. Now the former Pirate Gonzalez goes after him. First ball swinging out to Braun for out number 1. Mike Gonzalez was drafted by the Pirates. Talk about a success story. How about a guy who was drafted in the 30th round? He was pitching in junior college in Texas, San Jacinto Junior College. 30th round draft pick, and made it to the big leagues in 2003. He spent 6 years in the minor leagues before getting his chance as a big leaguer, and then he eventually emerged as the Pirates closer in 2006. Had 24 saves for the Pirates in 06.
Getting a lot of outs lately and a lot of punch outs.
Gabby Sanchez lifts one in the air. Ramos Ramirez in foul territory for out number 2. Well, Brewers could use an easy inning. It has been a grinder just about every inning. The Pirates have threatened to score. They've had a man on in every inning and have scored in 3 of the 6 so far.
Well, there's only been 2 3-up 3-down innings in the game, and the 1st and the 6th for the Pirates against the Brewers, and the Brewers still looking for their 1st.
Pirates have had at least 1 runner in scoring position in every inning but the 1st. So it's been that kind of game, but the Brewers are in striking distance courtesy of a Ryan Braun 3 RBI double. Pedro Alvarez with 2 away takes strike on the corner. 1-1. Great crowd today, 44,626. 3rd sellout of the year. And the Brewers trying to send them home happy today. 1-2.
Gonzalez has been able to locate that slider very well. Had a rough time with that pitch early in the year. That slider has ended up down and away just about every time when he throws it to a left-handed hitter.
Got him. Gonzalez strikes out Alvarez, and a nice clean inning for the first time today. 1, 2, 3. The Pirates go in order. Brewers coming up. Stretch time here at Miller Park. And it's time to turn it over to Rob Edwards in Miller Park's presentation of God Bless America.
Brewers and all of Major League Baseball as we honor our great nation with the singing of
Brought to you by Toyota. Pedro Alvarez, a 2 RBI double with 2 outs. And at the time gave the Pirates a 4-0 lead. That was in the 3rd inning. Wandy Rodriguez went 5 and had 4 strikeouts, was working on a shutout until Ryan Braun stepped to the plate and delivered what has been the biggest hit of the day for Milwaukee, a 3 RBI double in the 5th. It's 5-3 Pittsburgh as we go to the bottom of the 7th. Travis Snyder will take over in right field for the Pirates. Garrett Jones is out. New pitcher, check that, Vin Mazzaro back out there for a 2nd inning of work. So just a straight up change in right field for Clint Hurdle with the lead. Mazzaro worked a quick 3 up 3 down inning in the 6th.
Yeah, 6 pitches. I'd say that's a pretty quick inning.
And Mazzaro makes quick work of Uni Betancourt. First strikeout for Mazzaro. Pittsburgh has some gaudy numbers when they lead late. When they lead after 6 innings, they're 23-1 this year. Same record when they lead after 7. And when they lead after 8 innings, they're 28-0, a perfect 28-0. And what's scary about their bullpen, this is the 2nd year they've done that. When they lead after 8 innings, going back to the beginning of last season, still just 1 loss over the last 2 years.
Man, look at the Brewers numbers in that department. Leading after 8 innings, 16-0. Unfortunately, it's only been leads after 8 16 times.
Mark Melancon milling around in that Pirate bullpen. They go Melancon is their setup man on most days, and Jason Grilli their closer. Maldonado shatters his bat on that last swing.
You know, that sinker that Mazzaro throws, it just bores in on that right-handed hitter. Little sink, sometimes just some tail, and that'll get in on your hands.
Well, the count goes full on Maldonado. Brewers need a base runner, down a pair now, 5-3 the score. And the payoff pitch from Mazzaro is bounced foul right off his foot. Maldonado, little cue shot. Walker can't get there. That's a base hit. So some ducks are starting to fall for the Brewers. Lucroy and Maldonado with base hits. Very similar fashion. And there's a base runner for Milwaukee, and that'll bring the tying run to the plate. Hey, don't forget, Brewers Live postgame coming your way after we're done here, and our post-game instructional today, breaking down the techniques and strategies of the game. Rock and Jerry Augustine will bring you the post-game instructional today. Nori Aoki now with a runner at first, takes strike 1. You got anything in mind today, Rock, or are you still mulling it over?
We're going to have a tape segment with Charlie O'Brien and myself talking about the proper way to wear a catcher's mitt. You know, there's a right and wrong way to, put your hand in that glove, and techniques for catching certain pitches.
I see.
Nobody better at that than Charlie O'Brien back in his day.
So Augie's role will be very minimal today, only in a kind of a follow-up analysis role. Just you and Charlie.
I'm not sure what Augie's going to do.
I was trying to just like spin out of the tease, that big tease I had that you and Augie would be bringing the post-game instructional. So he'll have a role. It just won't be as.
He'll be paying it off back at the set.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Two and two on Aoki.
There weren't too many better defensive catchers than Charlie O.
So what'd you run across Charlie O'Brien?
Fantasy camp.
Oh yeah, that's right.
He was a fantasy camp coach. Thanks for asking.
Brewers.com/fantasy camp for more information.
Yeah.
2 and 2. Mazzaro delivers, and Aoki takes one down and in. Well, the Brewers would love to put some traffic on the bases. With the heart of the order coming up, you got Segura on deck, and then Braun to follow.
And the slider from Mazzaro and going down and in on Nori and able to hold up.
Well, this becomes a big pitch. Brewers down 2. The 3-2, and Aoki lifts it in the air to right. Snyder has room for out number 2.
Second time Aoki almost hit one out. Just got under a little bit back in the first inning. He flirted with a home run.
A few more inches on the bat, and maybe a different result. Didn't quite barrel it up. So now 2 gone for Segura. Segura had a key hit in the 5th, an infield hit that allowed Braun to come up and deliver with the 3 RBI double. That came with 2 outs as well back in the 5th inning. Now Segura reaches. This crowd will be very vocal with Braun coming up next. Yeah, it's cool inside Miller Park. Roof is open, but the temperature's in the low 60s and some wind blowing. Ball and 2 strikes. Now Segura in a hole.
We have a weather report on Memorial Day tomorrow. What's it looking like?
You know, we like to say it's always perfect in Miller Park regardless.
I'm concerned about the post-game barbecue at the house.
The 1-2, and that one is inside. Able to check his swing.
Looks like rain.
Yeah. Temperatures in the mid 60s. Got a chance at thunderstorms.
So not a better place to be than inside Miller Park.
That's what I'm saying. Segura shoves one into right field. Maldonado on his way to 3rd. And now the stage is set once again. So Segura comes up with another 2-out hit. 1st and 3rd. He's the tying run at first base. And here comes Braun yet again.
He fights this one off with Mazzaro, that fastball that has that tail, and he just bores it in on the hands of Gene Segura, but able to fight it off because first baseman Sanchez holding the runner, no chance for him. And now Ryan Braun with a golden opportunity, not just to tie it up and maybe give the Brewers a lead.
You wonder what Hurdle's going to do here. Does he have Mazzaro face Braun? Ray Searage, the pitching coach, with the full huddle on the mound. And Eric Cooper out to break it up. 5-3 Pirates. Ryan Braun coming up representing the go-ahead run.
The only pitcher getting loose on that Pirates bullpen is a left-hander.
Braun at the plate today is 1 out of 3. It's courtesy of Wendy's. And a big one in the 5th. Now 33 runs batted in for Braun. And he steps up again with a chance to do damage. 2 outs in the inning. A long ball here. The Brewers take the lead. Segura takes off. Braun up the middle, and it's gloved by Walker. The throw is in time. Segura trying to steal, took Walker right to the baseball.
In the late innings here, we take a look at our AT&T Twitter poll results asking Brewers fans which Brewers reliever has been most valuable this month. Brewers fans went across the board, but ultimately 32% said Burke Badenhop, who has been scoreless in 13.2 innings pitched. The bullpen doing a great job, and as Brandon Kinsler takes the mound, one note on him is he's working on something with his delivery, trying to slow it down and straighten out his plant leg towards the plate. He was working with Michael Gonzalez the other day. He says he's trying to free his hips up, free his arm up. He was very frustrated to allow a leadoff walk in Wednesday's game. He told me he's just something he's noticed on video. He's gotten away with it and hoping it doesn't hurt him here in these next few outings. All right, good scouting report, and freeing the hips up, almost as important as breathing through your eyelids to get yourself right. As Brandon Kinsler will take over here out of the bullpen. He works the 8th.
22nd appearance for Kinsler. A .422 earned run average, 18 punch-outs, 5 walks, and breathing through the eyelids. Expand on that a little bit.
It's a Bull Durham reference.
Is it?
Ryan Braun in no joking mood in left field.
And Neil Walker covering on the stolen base attempt. Had Walker not been there and covering the bag for the stolen base, it would have been a base hit and an RBI for Braun, and the Brewers within 1. Just been the way it's been going for this club.
That's exactly right. The Brewers did have a couple of excuse me hits to put themselves in that spot. Michael McKinley leads off. Think about Segura running on that play, and he's a great base stealer. If he steals second, now a base hit could tie the game. If Braun hits one down the line or in a gap, Segura's got a great chance to score on a base hit. So stay aggressive, but that time it just didn't work in the Brewers' favor as Braun hit it right to Walker, who was covering. Turned out to be an easy play for him. Even if the shortstop is covering, it's probably a hit. Probably be behind him. McHenry on again with a hit. It's his 2nd hit. He's on base for the 3rd time.
And just poking that slider out into center field, not over swinging, and A good day at the plate for McHenry, the backup catcher.
Well, imperative to keep the Pirates at 5. Going to be tough enough to come back with a 2-run deficit with this great bullpen.
And Melanson and Grilly, those guys have been pretty much locked down for the early going this year.
Yeah, the only team that has come back to win after the Pirates led after 7, the Astros. They won on May 18th in an extra inning game. Yeah, Mercer bunts it foul. It gives you an idea of how important that run is to Clint Hurdle. He's trying to bunt the runner to second into scoring position.
Yeah, you get that 3-run lead. It kind of takes away the bunt for the Brewers. You know, you get the first 2 guys on, down by 2. You can bunt them over. You can't do that with a 3-run deficit. So that 3 runs is huge.
Melanson has taken the sweatshirt off and getting ready for the 8th. A base hit. Mercer sends one to right. McHenry will stop at second. That's a 3rd hit for Jordy Mercer. Not a bad idea. Check on Mercer round in the bag. So now 1st and 2nd against Kinsler to start this 8th inning.
Now the Minnesota Twins coming into Miller Park. They lost again. They broke their 10-game losing streak in yesterday's game, but lost again today. Tomorrow on Tuesday, the Twins and then the Brewers pack up and go to Target Field for a pair. Remember, it's a 12:30 start with Brewers Live pregame.
Now the Pirates threatening again. And you have a pinch hitter, Clint Barmas, off the bench for Hurdle. Let's see if he's up there to bunt. He squares early, bunts it in the air. Ramirez will make the catch. Easy as it gets. One pitch to the pinch hitter Barmas, and he's out. Well, that was a gift.
Well, I'm not sure he even wanted to bunt it. The ball almost hit him, and barrel of the bat went down, and he popped it up.
Top of the order now, and Marte. Marte, 2 hits today, has an RBI as well. He had a sac fly his last time up. And he goes for strike 1. Marte is about as tough as it gets to double up. He's got to hit one right at an infielder with something on it. Does have 3 double plays grounded into this year. Kinsler could use one.
He's been very good on pitches away from him, not just hooking him into left field, but banging him up the middle. You see Kinsler trying to concentrate inside on him.
One and 2 now.
Well, 2 pitches inside, then he goes away with a slider and gets Marte out in front. Had him aware of inside, quickened up his bat, and threw a good slider on the outside corner.
See what he does with him here. Kinsler has that good slider, and the pitch is a slider, and it's down in the dirt. Marte doesn't bite. I think Kinsler threw that one right where he wanted. And a couple of short starts today. The Brewers got just 4 innings out of Gallardo. Gave up 4 earned runs. He's on the hook for the loss. Wandy Rodriguez went 5 for the Pirates. Gave up 3 earned runs, and he's in line for the win. A lot of bullpen activity today. The 2-2 and a foul tip off of Maldonado. Count stays at 2-2. Brewers are going to have Aramis Ramirez, Jeff Bianchi, and Carlos Gomez coming up in the bottom of the 8th inning. And Mark Melancon will be the Pirate pitcher. He didn't bite, and it's now 3-2. That's a good take by Marte.
And not great speed on the bases, but particularly at second. We'll see if Clinton Hurdle sends the runners.
Maldonado has a very good throwing arm. Full count, 1 away. Runners stay put. Marte bounces one out to second. Bianchi puts the tag, throws to first in time. What a play by Bianchi. That's the only shot he had. A quick tag and a throw to first. Now the Brewers in an unenviable position here, down 2 runs with this terrific Pirate bullpen ready to go to work. The Brewers trail 5-3. And Ron Renicky hoping at some point this bullpen is going to give up some runs, this late inning relief of the Pirates.
They have no time better than the present. They are due. They've been so good for so long, and Melancon a big part of that. A .69 earned run average. You can see the walk to strikeout. This guy has struck out 27 batters in 26 innings. He's walked only 1. And it's been tough not just to score on him, but to get base runners.
Just 2 earned runs all season. Mark Melancon, he had 1 earned run allowed in April. That was against the Reds. He gave up 1 earned run this month. That was against Houston. And that was that game on May 18th, the only game the Pirates have lost when they've had a lead going into the 8th. So Melancon is on. Aramis Ramirez will lead off. The Brewers trail by 2. It's 5-3 Pittsburgh. It has turned out to be a cool afternoon here at Miller Park. Melanson pitching in back-to-back games. Had a scoreless inning yesterday with a strikeout. Threw just 11 pitches to get through the 8th inning yesterday. And it's quickly 0-2.
Another guy that sinks his fastball, has a good slider. And what he does so well is not just throw strikes, but good quality strikes on the corners and keeps the baseball down. Doesn't beat himself with the base on balls, and very rarely does he get behind in the count.
The 0-2 to Ramirez. Bouncing ball. Neil Walker's got it. And there is out number 1. Now the Brewers have dominated the Pirates in series play. They've won 15 of their last 17 series against Pittsburgh here at Miller Park. And the series is on the line today. The last time the Pirates won a series at Miller Park was last June. Early June of last year. Earlier this season, the Brewers took 2 out of 3 from the Pirates. The Brewers have not won a series since that series win. It's been how rough it has gone in the month of May for Milwaukee. That was late April, their last series victory. Jeff Bianchi squirts one inside the bag, and that'll be extra bases for Bianchi. Headed to second, thinking about third. He's on his way. The throw comes in late. And how about that triple? Jeff Bianchi, a little cue shot inside the bag. And a triple with 1 away.
And now a fly ball will get the Brewers to within 1 run. The mistake made here by the Pirates is Neil Walker doesn't try and go down toward the line. Watch this ball bounce back. Neil Walker nowhere to be found, and Snyder has to come in and get it. And Jeff Bianchi in with a triple.
The first of his big league career. And a 200-foot triple at that. Those are rare.
Right. So I guess if you're Neil Walker, you're thinking you got to put yourself into a cutoff position, so a tough play all the way around, I guess.
Well, there's a big run right there. Third base, 1 out for Carlos Gomez, who hit 2 home runs yesterday. At the very least, trying to get one in the air to the outfield as Melanson misses.
That pitcher spot up next. Looks like Logan Schaefer has a bat.
Gomez is 0 for 3. Brewers down 2, 8th inning. Melanson delivers, and a swing and a miss. Gomez swinging out of his hat.
Man dropped an off-speed pitch on him. Looked like a curveball, and Gomez a huge hack.
There's Logan Schaefer. He'll hit in the pitcher spot. Kinsler. K-Rod will have the 9th inning. Ball and a strike on Gomez. And that one's in the air. Center field. Did he get it? McCutcheon is back on the track with room. Bianchi will tag and score. Sacrifice fly at an RBI, and the Brewers are within a run, and Gomez just missed it.
And it was a hanging curveball, the same pitch that he swung and missed at the pitch before. Melanson hung that one, and Gomez came within a couple of feet to tie this game up. That was a hanging breaking ball, and Gomez gave it a pretty good ride to center field.
Bianchi scores easily, and it's 5-4 Pittsburgh. So 2 outs now. Bases are empty for Logan Schaefer. Schaefer is a pinch hitter, hitting .261 this year. and still looking for his first career big league home run. More of a slap hitter, speed player. Melanson giving up just the 3rd earned run all season.
Well, like we said, they're due to give it up, right? Can't be that good all year.
Yeah, the game trends toward corrections at some point. Melanson ahead of Logan Schaefer, 1 and 2. Brewers down a run. Schaefer trying to reach base. Betancourt would be next. And a 1-2 into center field. Little jam shot. Back is Mercer for the out. And the side is retired. But the Brewers score. They get a triple from Bianchi, an RBI from Gomez, and they are within a run.
From AAA, his first major league strikeout of Garrett Jones. That happened back in the 5th inning, hand covering 2 innings in relief. And his parents on hand, and a nice moment for him. The bullpen again covering a lot of innings. It's going to be 5 before this one is done. Starter Giovanni Gallardo only covering 4 innings in this game. Unfortunately, we keep talking about the bullpen, but thankfully they're doing as well as they are to keep the Brewers in games.
Yeah, another short start the Brewers are having, but you really got to compliment this bullpen, accepting the challenge of going out there today. Again, 4 innings so far, just 1 run. Boy, they're doing a great job.
K-Rod set to take over the 9th inning here. Brewers only trail 5-4 at this point, thanks in part to Jeff Bianchi's triple, scoring on a sacrifice fly. So let's see what they can do the rest of the way. We'll cover it all. Brewers Live post game. We'll get inside the clubhouse, plus our instructional, all coming up next, Brian.
All right, Craig and Augie, thanks. And the Brewers, you have to feel good about the fact that you get 4 innings out of your starter, Gallardo, and yet you're in a position to maybe come back in this game. You're still in it. It's 5-4 Pirates. We're in the 9th, and Francisco Rodriguez on for the 5th time this year.
Yep, notched his first save of the year on Friday. Retired the only batter that he faced. Actually, it was Neil Walker on Friday after the injury to Jim Henderson, and K-Rod's been good. Has retired every batter that he's faced, 10 for 10.
Now, this bullpen has been great. We've talked a lot about it over the last week or so, but if you keep getting short starts and they keep having to pitch this much, at some point the bubble's going to burst,
right?
Because there's a lot of innings they're having to eat up right now. Too many.
And it really started on that beginning of the last road trip. Yeah, 3, 4, 5 inning starts. But as they were talking about, Craig and Augie, the guys have been doing a good job. That bullpen has been saving their bacon. Not necessarily being able to pick up wins, but keeping the opponent off the scoreboard.
K-Rod with a 2-pitch save on Friday night. Career save number 295 for Rodriguez. The single season record holder in Major League Baseball. 62 saves with the Angels. Certainly comfortable in the role in the ninth. Hoping for a win out of this today. There's a strike called as K-Rod drops a changeup in on the inside corner to strike out Walker.
Yep, and a good one. Eric Cooper, the home plate umpire, has not been calling too many close pitches. That was close. Right at the bottom of the strike zone. You can see the grip for Frankie. And he gets the call. Looked like it might have been a bit low.
Got a break with that one. So 1 out for Andrew McCutchen. McCutchen today has 2 hits. He scored a run. 2 for 4 at the plate. Fouls that one right off the home plate umpire, Cooper. Says I'm good.
It's that 11 strikeouts for the Brewers.
Yeah, 11.
Yep. A double whammy right there. You get Maldonado and the home plate umpire. That happened early in the game.
And another foul tip. Oh, 0-2 the count on McCutchen. Frankie Rodriguez on 3 occasions led the league in saves when he was rolling with the Angels. You think about K-Rod and you say, well, the guy's been around a long time. He's a veteran guy, getting older. He's 31. He did all of that when he led the league in the American League 3 times. He was in his mid-20s when he did that. That 62 save season he had in 2008. In his last year with the Angels, he was 26 years of age.
A lot of wear and tear in that arm, though.
Yep.
Yeah, a lot of appearances. He's still out there and doing a pretty good job so far.
1-2 pitch and a breaking ball hit in the air to left. Braun is going back with room. 2 outs. Close call.
They'll come out to Miller Park tomorrow as the Brewers host the Minnesota Twins. They're in town for a Monday and Tuesday short series. For tickets, call 414-902-4000 or visit Brewers.com. Memorial Day start 1:10 p.m. and it's Military Day here at the ballpark tomorrow. Come out and support your military.
2 outs for Travis Snyder batting for the first time. Came in for Garrett Jones defensively. Looking ahead to the Brewers bottom of the 9th, bottom of the order. Betancourt, Maldonado, and then to the top and Aoki. If anybody gets on, it would be Segura. Get a couple of men on base, you'd see Braun again. Yeah, K-Rod trying to get the Brewers to the dugout down a run. Brewers need a big win. They need a comeback. It has been a rough go this month. Facing a red-hot Pirates ball club. A team that has won 9 of their last 11 games. They're sitting 11 games over 500, keeping pace with the Cardinals. Just a game and a half out of first starting play today. I think the Pirates are for real this year. They've had a couple of second half collapses the last 2 seasons, but they are better than they were last year. They're more experienced. They have a great catcher now in Russell Martin, which makes a huge difference. And terrific starting pitching. They just seem like they've got a lot more up and down their roster.
And a lot of the same guys that went through their problems last year learned a lot from that in the second half. And that guy right there, Russell Martin, is kind of the glue that keeps that whole thing together. And I think you're right. He and A.J. Burnett are going to bring a lot of experience and moxie to this ball club. There they are.
A couple of former Yankees now in Pittsburgh. Full count to Snyder. And he missed. K-Rod, a close one. Didn't get the call that time. Snyder draws the walk. That's the first base runner that Frankie Rodriguez has allowed this year. Now in his 5th appearance. So a man on for Gabby Sanchez, who is 0 for 3 with a walk. He scored a run back in the 3rd. That was a big inning for the Pirates, a 3-run 3rd inning. And the difference in the game right now. Sanchez on the first pitch. High fly ball to Braun and left. And that'll do it. So the Brewers will come up, down a run. Betancourt, Maldonado, Aoki. Trailing 5-4. And it'll be Uni Betancourt to lead off for Milwaukee. Betancourt, Maldonado, and then Aoki. 8-9-1 in the Brewers batting order. Against one of the game's best this year, Jason Grilli. He's a perfect 19 for 19 this season.
And before this year, he only had 5 saves in his entire career, his first 7 years. He has been outstanding, controlling his fastball, keeping it down on the corners, and a very good slider to put you away. 24 games at 125 earned run average, and has yet to blow a save, so he is due to give one up.
Jason Grilli facing Betancourt to start it. Each club with 10 hits. Each club with an error, and the Pirates lead 5-4. And Uni waves at a first pitch breaking ball. Betancourt 0 for 3 today, has a strikeout. And he's quickly down, no balls and 2 strikes. Pirates are 28-0 this year when they lead after 8 innings. Think about that. They've won 30 ball games. Not only are they getting the lead, but they're maintaining the lead. so far this season. And if you go back to the start of last season, they're 99-1 when they lead after 8. 99-1. And Betancourt pops it up, shallow center, long run for McCutchen. And he's there for out number 1. Gurley's been one of the real amazing stories in Major League Baseball. He was given the closer's role this year. Joel Hanrahan was traded to the Red Sox, and Hanrahan is actually out for the season. He had an elbow injury with the Red Sox and required surgery, so he's done for the year. So the Pirates trade Hanrahan away because Gurley was so good in a setup role. They hand him the job. First time he's ever been a closer in the big leagues. And he's a perfect 19 for 19. He had never saved more than 2 games in a single season, and he did that last year.
Well, he's really never had the opportunity, but he's always had great stuff when he's been healthy. Staying healthy for Gurley has been a challenge.
Martin Maldonado trying to give the Brewers a big hit. Top of the order coming up next. And it's 0-2.
94 with a good slider. Basically 2 pitches. That's all he's going to give you, but those 2 pitches have been very good.
That would be one thing if it was a guy coming out of the minor leagues. That would be a story as well. But Gurley is 36 years of age. Maldonado, pop up, shallow left, and Mercer is there for out number 2. And Gurley making quick work of the first 2 hitters. Now, twice in Gurley's career, he's been off the radar in the big leagues. He came up with the Marlins, and then was in the minor leagues for 2 seasons, 2 full seasons before he finally got another chance with the White Sox. Missed the entire 2010 season from big league play.
Well, Norrie's come close on a couple of occasions today. Fly balls to deep right field. Maybe he can connect on one here.
Now, Aoki does have a hit today. Scored a run in the 5th. Long fly ball outs in the 1st and the 7th to right. Brewers down to their last out, and Aoki pops this one foul and out of play. Just doing all he can to get Segura a swing in this inning. If Segura bats, he would represent the winning run. Ball and a strike on Aoki. And a high fly ball to center. And this is going to do it. Jason Gurley is 20 for 20. Makes it look easy. And the Brewers go down to the Pirates. 5-4 the final score. And this nightmare month of May for Milwaukee continues. As the Pirates go to 12 games over, Wandy Rodriguez beats Giovanni Gallardo. Rodriguez has won 4 in a row now. Gallardo has lost 4 straight. And a 5-4 Pittsburgh win. We check in with Craig Cashon. It's time for Brewers Live. What do you have, Craig?
Okay, Brian, thanks for